Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Luer was speechless. He didn't think that it was because of this reason Jiang Chen noticed his booth. Sorry. Luer's honesty made Jiang Chen feel peculiar. Although he expected the company to be in a difficult situation, he didn't expect them to be this bad. Electric vehicle. But I feel like there is nothing special comparing your vehicle with the other electric vehicles. When Jiang Chen mentioned his product, Luer was immediately energized. No, Mr. Jiang Chen, you didn't get to know about the uniqueness of our product. We used wireless charging technology to replace the need to have a charging port. Therefore, the car owner just needs to park the vehicle on the charging lot to complete the charging process. So you're saying, if you're compared to a phone manufacturer, the relative advantage of your phone is just that charging doesn't require a cable? Jiang Chen mocked. Although he didn't have a deep understanding of the automotive industry, he still knew a bit about pure electric vehicles. No other reason other than the fact that the apocalypse only had electric vehicles. Fossil fuel vehicles will be eliminated with historical inevitability, just as the original coal burners. The technical challenges of the modern day were the distance and charging time. Let's first start with distance. Under the ideal setting at a steady speed of 30 km per hour, it is hard for a pure electric vehicle to achieve 300 km of distance. The short distance would no doubt bring extreme inconvenience to the owners and the limiting factor of the electric vehicle's wide adoption. The other problem was charging time. Typically, a pure electric vehicle's charge time is between 7 to 8 hours. Although the widely used lithium iron carbonate battery possesses a half-hour charge function, the high-power charging severely affects the car's battery life, especially due to the heat generated. But during a long trip, the owner would not wait for 7 to 8 hours before the battery is charged again. For a lot of short-tempered people, half an hour of charge time was already too dreadful. But Luer's technology tree was skewed. It didn't make any progress on the technical challenges but rather specialized in wireless charging technology. The lenient view would be foresight, the harsher version would be running without learning how to walk first. But because of this, the concept car they introduced drew Jiang Chen's attention, because the charging station at the Apocalypse happened to use wireless charging technology. The owner would only need to drive the car to the specific lot, and then log into a mobile electronic device or the vehicle computer to start the charging service. Convenience was the advantage of wireless charging. Luer's expression immediately turned awkward when he heard Jiang Chen's ridicule. Did you not consider the energy lost in the process? I don't really know cars that well, but just making a comparison to the phone industry, based on the current phone wireless charging technology, the ideal energy lost is at 30%. Jiang Chen smiled and continued. Luer was immediately unhappy seeing Jiang Chen berate his proud work and rebuked. That's not completely right, the lithium battery our company designed can shorten the charging time to 15 minutes. And it doesn't reduce the battery's life. 15 minutes. It was an incredible achievement, Jiang Chen was surprised. Oh. How did you do it? To Jiang Chen's question, Luer was silent. Seeing he didn't speak, Jiang Chen had an idea in his mind. Silence meant that either his solution didn't include advanced technology, or it was not technically difficult to achieve. If it were hard to mimic, then he wouldn't be silent. Mr. Luer, if you can't satisfy my curiosity, how do you expect me to be willing to pay for your product? Jiang Chen said softly. You're willing to invest in US. Luer was astonished. If your product can interest me. Jiang Chen used a nonchalant tone. Okay, to be honest, although we have 12 patents on the vehicle, the most critical innovation was rejected by the patent office. The rejection reason was simple, you can't register using a series of lithium batteries as a patent. You should understand now. With the realization on Jiang Chen's face, Luer shrugged. That's right, I have to say, your solution is quite innovative. Jiang Chen facepalmed. Yes, he understood Rurka's solution, it was to connect multiple lithium batteries together and then attach a charging module on each battery. Because it was wireless charging technology, the charging station could conveniently charge multiple lithium batteries together. While this way could certainly shorten charging time, the disadvantages were too obvious to ridicule. But did you consider the problem of cost? The size of the batteries, and attaching the charging module to each battery. Jiang Chen continued to ask. When Jiang Chen mentioned this problem, proudness appeared on Luer's face. I have to mention the KS-12 series battery our company designed. It is the core of the technology of the vehicle. It is formed by 8 independent lithium battery units capable of storing a total of 40 volts of power with a distance of more than 180 kilometers. The stat was mediocre compared to the other electric vehicles on the market, but the wireless charging and fast charging certainly could add a few points. But Luer didn't mention the most critical problem, the cost. What about cost? Jiang Chen repeated the most fundamental question. Luer's expression turned awkward again as he dodged Jiang Chen's eyes. Of course, the cost is a problem, but our technical experts have brought about an improvement plan. If we could acquire an investment, we have the confidence to reduce the cost to a reasonable range. When Jiang Chen heard this, an intrigued expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Typically speaking, the price of an electric vehicle is 2 times the cost of a diesel vehicle. From Rurka's expression, the cost of the vehicle must be remarkably high. Can I ask the price of the vehicle? Luer hesitated for a moment before he answered, with honesty, if manufactured at scale, the cost is $700,000. How many people do you think will foot the bill for this car? Jiang Chen smiled. Luer forced a smile. Mr. Jiang Chen, if you are just here to make fun of me after chatting for so long, you have achieved your goal. Then you have to be disappointed because I'm not here to make fun of you. Instead, I'm interested in your company, or technology per se. Jiang Chen paused, and handed over his business card. Are you interested in an equity infusion of $100 million? When Luer reminisces about this day many years later, he wouldn't know what kind of emotion he had. He could only remember with certainty that his hands were shaking when he took the business card. It felt like he was not holding a gold-gilded business card, but a couple of tons of gold. Jiang Chen demanded 80% shares. It was not an unreasonable request. Currently, Luer Auto Company didn't even have their own car plant. The only source of income was from the France government's New Energy Vehicle Project special funding, and the only things worth money were the series of batteries along with the 11 patents and a few blueprints that could acquire more funding. Finally, there were the 10 technical experts that Luer almost couldn't pay anymore. $100 million of equity infusion was nothing for Jiang Chen and nothing for the automakers with billions in market cap, but to Luer's company on the brink of bankruptcy, it was timely. Don't rush to build a plant yet. I need you to focus your research on the development of the KS-12 series battery in improving the performance of the pure electric vehicle, as well as the compatibility with the wireless charged battery. But with this money, we can improve the storage capacity of the battery and the charging speed. These are key for an electric vehicle. Luer was a bright individual. Although the wireless charging concept was too forward for the era, it was based out of the consideration of charging speed. We'll solve the battery problem. The specifications of the battery will be sent to you a week later. Jiang Chen smiled. What made Luer the most confused was what Jiang Chen saw in his company. But since Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he didn't ask. After departing with Luer, Jiang Chen took a few more rounds around the venue. The booths he focused on were all unique, the types of companies with unique technologies but not favored by the market. These types of companies shared a similar trait, which was poor financial condition. Their president or chief engineer manned the booths. When Jiang Chen threw out stacks of cash as bait and asked for a significant chunk of the shares, the presidents handed their shares with both hands willingly while chuckling in their mind. Of course, people rejected Jiang Chen's offer. To those people, Jiang Chen's action was straightforward. Turn around and leave. There were too many manufacturers attending this exhibition, regardless of technical expertise. As long as they met the requirement for new energy, they could register or be invited to the exhibition. If you don't want to sell, there were plenty of people desperate to sell. For a total of 500 million, Jiang Chen acquired France's Luer, Finsai, and Frankberg's Leon with a controlling share of 80%, 85%, and 75% respectively. Jiang Chen purchased the three companies with his own money and not Future Group's balance sheet. So on the share transfer agreement, he signed his name. When he returned to Xian, he planned to register a new subsidiary under Future Group with the name Future Heavy Industries. The first order would be the electric vehicle battery used in wireless charging equipment. And the three auto companies he purchased, they'll use Future Heavy Industries battery as the core component to produce electric vehicles. Jiang Chen thought about vertically integrating the entire vehicle production line, but he abandoned the idea. Reason bearing none other than it was necessary. The battery was the core of the electric vehicle, and even more significant than the engine. This point was completely contrary to the diesel vehicle where the engine was significantly more crucial than the gas tank. The top company establishes the standard, the second-tier company produces the product. Future Group just needed to be the company that created the standard. It was not worth the risk to be investigated for having a monopoly by integrating the entire production line. Establishing the three companies to be the leader in the electric vehicle field, and Future Heavy Industries' high-efficiency battery would be pushed into the market. When all the clients were used to the convenient and fast wireless charging electric vehicles, the charging station and parking lot would then be paired with Future Heavy Industries charging equipment. By then, Future Heavy Industries would be the standard. Of course, it was easy to say, the actual implementation would require additional research. When the exhibition was halfway done, Jiang Chen returned to Daimler's area. Carmen warmly introduced Jiang Chen to his business partners, including the Gulfstream Europe's area's manager, Andy Belfort. With a price of $65 million, Jiang Chen purchased the newest model of G650 without much deliberation. In the flashes of the reporters, Daimler's CEO Zech took Jiang Chen's hand and personally gave him the key to the Maybach EX. It represented the friendship between Future Group and Daimler Corporation. For Jiang Chen, he only took some photos to obtain a globally limited luxury car. For Daimler, they only paid a price of €4.2 million in exchange for their stock price rising by 4%. Investors certainly had complete confidence in future technology, artificial intelligence technology. Even if he had a better ride, Jiang Chen still loved the gift. Since a car not only represented a transportation method, it was also a symbol of power and influence. He won't drive the car often, but it was not a bad addition to his collection in the garage. Daimler Group arranged for the delivery of the vehicle to Xian's Koro Airport. Once Jiang Chen stepped out of the plane in Xian, the car would be ready for him on the runway. He spoke a few words about artificial intelligence in front of the media and didn't stay in the venue much longer before leaving through the private tunnel. He avoided the media at the gate and entered the black vehicle Carmen provided him. When he got in, Aisha started the car. "Where are we going?" "University of BR." Aisha nodded and stepped on the gas. In a small black female suit, the shades certainly matched well. It gave the beautiful Aisha holding the wheel a bit more of a glamorous charm. Jiang Chen flipped through the business cards in his hands and went through his schedule for the day in his head. Because he left the exhibition earlier, he planned to head to the University of BR along the way before returning to the manor in Bava. He wanted to see CLA since he was considered the guardian for the brother and sister. On the other hand, Jiang Chen wanted CLA to find some mechanical engineering talents. Since Frankberg's manufacture and technology level was without a doubt the leader of the world. It was meaningful to recruit a research team that could strengthen Future Group to digest the technology from the apocalypse, and for the students that just graduated university, their ability to accept new knowledge was without a doubt, and their cost to recruit would be lower compared to engineers that already signed with other companies. Future Group would provide the benefits impossible to refuse, in housing, salary, and other benefits as long as they accepted the condition of immigration. The car entered the University of Br. Jiang Chen asked Aisha to slow down and awed at the world-renowned education institution before he located the closest library on the GPS. On the phone, Jiang Chen told Xia Lei to him meet there. Long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. Do you want a cup of coffee? No need, I just want to take a look. University of BR's library environment was elegant. Quite a number of students were studying around the tables, but the library was quiet. Jiang Chen was standing beside a bookshelf and opened an astronomy book with pictures. Because Xia Lei was still in class, he waited for a bit. And at that time, a book caught his attention. Precisely, a picture caught his attention. How's the life in Frankfurt? To avoid disturbing other people, Jiang Chen tried to lower his tone. We're living a great life. Xia Lin's eyes have almost recovered, the hospital said they still need to observe for a few more days. I told her when she is discharged from the hospital, I will take her to New Swanberg. Thank you. Compared to the teen with a pale face and skinny to the point where a gust of wind could blow him away, he was much taller and gained the liveliness that belonged to his age. Whether it was his growth or the genuine gratitude from his eyes, Jiang Chen was extremely pleased. It meant that his investment was not wasted. Helping the brother and sister was one of the few philanthropic things he did. You don't need to thank me, Jiang Chen's eyes didn't leave the book while he whispered. Are you interested in astronomy? Aerospace is within my investment interest, but I don't have too particular of an interest in astronomy. Or rather, I'm just interested in a particular planet. His thumb gently rubbed on the dark red planet. It was different from the spherical body with one side green and one red side in his dream. This planet was dead. Which one? Gliese 581, 20.5 light-years away from the solar system. Whenever he saw the planet, Jiang Chen had the powerless feeling where he was doing futile work. Facing the battle-tested Harmony civilization that spent thousands of years in wars, even with the RAP engine paper, he still didn't have strong odds of winning. If this world was destined for destruction, then future group and celestial trade would be pointless. Of course, as long as a sliver of hope remained, he would not spell defeat. Xia Lei searched for a while in his mind, but he didn't have any impression of the name. Is this photo captured from a telescope? Jiang Chen asked seemingly without common sense. How is that possible? Although the Hubble telescope could capture planets hundreds of light-years away, it would be impossible to capture the direct image of the planet. Some of the stars' brightness is dim, and the brighter stars directly cover some. Most of the extrasolar planets are analyzed according to the spectrum and other information to obtain the planetary environment, and then the planetary images are produced. Is that so? I didn't think you are so knowledgeable in this field. The war is half lost if there is no information about the invader. Looks like it is time to find a more advanced telescope. My senior sister is part of the astronomy club, Xia Lei said. Jiang Chen looked at him in surprise. I noticed from before, but you seem to be very popular. Xia Lei paused before he scratched his face, feeling shy. Is it? How's your personal network in the university? It's okay. I need some help. No problem, Xia Lei answered sternly. Don't be so nervous. It is nothing dangerous this time. Jiang Chen closed the book, stuffed it back onto the shelf, and handed him a piece of paper. This is... Xia Lei looked at the paper in confusion. Help me find some talent. Mechanical, automation, electrical, nanotechnology, information technology, there are so many fields. Why don't you just hire on campus? Because I'm not hiring them into a formal position. This is only a talent reserve or an investment in science. I require that the person must be moral and trustworthy, and must be interested in new technology with a strong ability to absorb knowledge. That's about it. You should know what type of people I'm looking for, Jiang Chen said to CLA. Although CLA was not too clear, he still nodded. Leave it up to me. I know the requirements may be strict, but I also believe that you can overcome difficulties. Participate in events, get on the good side of your classmates, understand the type of person they are. Also, it would be best if you become part of the student council. Study how to treat interpersonal relationships. I sent you to university not only for you to learn about computers. Jiang Chen then patted CLA on the shoulder. I believe in you. CLA looked at him blankly. Are there any other questions? Nothing. I just feel that you act like a father. CLA scratched his face. Jiang Chen took a second to process this before he cursed out, what are you even thinking? I didn't. Please keep quiet in the library. The librarian that appeared out of nowhere stared at Jiang Chen emotionlessly and spoke word by word in Han. After being kicked out by the somewhat unreasonable librarian, Jiang Chen's had a dumbfounded expression on his face. The good thing was there were no reporters hidden nearby, or he would be headline material again. Fortunately, because there were bookshelves on both sides, no one noticed him when he left the library's second floor. Do you want to go to the coffee shop on the floor above? We can chat freely there. No need, I should head out soon. You can go work on your own things now. Just remember the task I gave you. You have plenty of time to complete this. As to the necessary funding, just give me a number through text. It's just making friends. Does this mission need money? CLA looked at Jiang Chen. Money can win over people, it can also make people forget themselves. Jiang Chen left with words with deep meanings. Encouragingly he patted CLA on the shoulder and said goodbye to the teen. When Jiang Chen left the library from the side door, he noticed quite a few students were looking at him. Although Europeans couldn't distinguish Asians quite well, because of his recent publicity, a number of them recognized him. A female student, even courageous, walked up to ask for a selfie to upload onto Twitter. Jiang Chen couldn't resist her energy and satisfied the wish of the fan and forced a smile at the camera. Just as she was sending the Twitter in excitement, Jiang Chen didn't stop long and headed to the garage of the library. Go back to the manor. Aha, Aisha nodded and started the car. Ber was the capital of the state of Bava, but the Rothschild Manor was located in the rural area to the east. When they returned, it was already dark. Sides ordered the kitchen to prepare food for them. Perhaps because they knew that Jiang Chen would depart the day after tomorrow, the food the kitchen prepared was extravagant. With the majority of his day spent outside and a tableful of food, Jiang Chen was prepared to feast. After dinner, Jiang Chen took a bath and then returned to the bedroom. After attending the exhibition, the primary purpose of the Frankfurt trip was achieved. Based on his plan, he will take Aisha for a tour of Ber, the perfect conclusion to the trip. Since he was tired and wanted to wake up on time, Jiang Chen went to bed early. But just as he was about to doze off, his phone began to ring. He picked up the phone and first glanced at the time. It was already 9 at night. Who would call him? Unknown caller. Hesitating, Jiang Chen pressed the pickup button. Bava is one of the larger states in Frankfurt. The state capital's Ber's political and economic status was only second to the capital of Frankfurt. Its basic infrastructure and educational resources are among the frontier in Europe. The Ber Industrial University and other top education institutions are among the top destinations for international students. Among the individual circles among international student, the Hua international students were among the biggest and the most united among the other organizations. With the Hua student organization as the biggest among the universities, it even posed an influence onto the Hua circle in Frankfurt. When the student organization leader Chen Yuqiao saw Jiang Chen was invited by Daimler Corporation to participate in the Ber Auto Exhibition on October 31, she immediately had an idea. It was the perfect opportunity as the organization was planning an university-level student event. If they could invite the Oriental Bill Gates to speak a few words, it would be a huge boost to the organization among international students and even to those outside of the sphere of influence. At the same time, as the leader of the organization, it would be a prominent experience on her resume. Other than that, she still had other plans. She studied economics and international trades at the University of Br. Her grades were exception enough to work in Frankfurt, but due to the economic downturn in Europe, she was not pleased with the salaries with the companies she contacted. As someone heading into fourth year, she needed a plan for her future. Future technology was expanding its international presence. The investors were not the only ones who were confident with Future Group's future, job seekers with foresight were also confident. If she could demonstrate her organization ability in front of Future Group's president, it would indeed be an option in her future job searching. But what troubled her was how to contact Jiang Chen. Until a Twitter from her friend caught her attention. It was a selfie. The background of the selfie was the side door of the university library. The man on the phone was exactly Jiang Chen, and that student happened to take on a role in the student union. Since the student union had a friendly relationship with the student organization, she followed her Twitter. What a coincidence! When she saw the Twitter, she immediately rushed to the library and asked the librarian if she had seen Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, the 50-year-old librarian didn't follow anything else other than the library itself, so she had no impression of the name Jiang Chen. But when she showed the photo on Twitter, the librarian immediately realized. It was the guy that got kicked up because of excessive noise in the library. Although Chen Yuqiao was dumbfounded by the fact the librarian kicked Jiang Chen out, she still patiently inquired about the situation from the stubborn elder. When she heard that a male student met with Jiang Chen, she immediately used her relationship in the student body to obtain video footage to determine that the male student's name was CLA. CLA seemed to rarely participate in student organization events, so his name didn't appear in the student organization's list. But it was okay, she somehow obtained his contact information from the student union. Although she knew it may be too intrusive, she gritted her teeth and called the number on the Guardian information. Hello. Jiang Chen picked up the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Chen? Chen Yuqiao tried her best not to sound nervous. That's right. And you are? A young voice that Jiang Chen had no impression of. When she received the affirmative answer, she was ecstatic. My name is Chen Yuqiao, the leader of the Han student organization. Chen Yuqiao politely explained that she wished to invite Jiang Chen as a special guest to give a speech at the International Student Gala for a few words on artificial intelligence, virtual reality, or the industry's future. Although she practiced multiple times in front of the mirror, Chen Yuqiao still felt anxious. On the other side of the phone was the owner of a $100 billion tech company, and his investment stretched beyond the border of the internet, from nutrient supply to deep water mining. The footsteps of Future Group spanned through different industries. But Jiang Chen's response exhilarated her. My flight is the day after tomorrow in the afternoon, is tomorrow night okay? No problem. We'll adjust our time accordingly, thank you so much. Chen Yuqiao couldn't stop thanking him over the phone. Jiang Chen only smiled. Since he had no specific plans for the entire day tomorrow, there was nothing wrong with participating in the International Student Gala. Especially a speech given by the Future Group's president at a top education institution would increase Future Group's influence among the students. Future Group's future employees will be hidden amongst them. No need, but don't have your hopes too high. I'm just here to say a few words. It is our honor for you to be here. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuqiao was relieved. He agreed. Although the response on the leader's face already told him the answer, the vice president on the side still asked to confirm. Aha, it's done. She restricted the excitement in her mind and blissfully nodded. Chu Yucheng, contact the sponsors and school media and push forward the date of the gala to tomorrow night. Do we have time? The venue is not prepared yet. Chu Yucheng was troubled. Then prepare it. Jiang Chen didn't mind the intrusive invitation, and the fact that he took time out of his busy schedule to attend the gala was already very nice of him. Li Wei, you're responsible for contacting the school and changing the lecture hall reservation to the grass field in front of the West Church. Would the school agree? They will, Chen Yuqiao said with certainty. Li Wei nodded and rushed out. She remembered the professor responsible for this location reservation had a class that night, and his research happened to be in artificial intelligence. If they invited Jiang Chen to give a speech at the gala, changing the location would not be difficult at all. Perhaps the professor would attend the lecture himself. Just as the student organization was busy preparing for the gala, a protest erupted in front of the BR Opera 2 streets down from the Industrial University of BR. But in the country where protests were common, it was an ordinary scene. People raised the photo of the women that died of R*PE because of the refugees over the past half a year and marched along the road in front of the opera. They chanted to deport the refugees and protested against the wrongful decisions made by the government. The people willing to help had an accepting attitude half a year ago, since it was easy for Saint Mary to be born from a high-benefit society. The people at the start pressed the government to push out policies to accept the poor people into the wall and protested the hanging of pig heads on the neighboring country's border. Just in half a year of time, they tasted their own medicine. With the benefits diluted, the crime rate skyrocketing, and the drop in the employment rate, what would a bunch of poor people with nothing to do together? Especially outside of the wall, it was the prosperous world. Make them go back to their own country. Frankfurt is not the welfare home of the world. Get out of Frankfurt. They must pay for the people that died. The protesters gathered steam, but they were rather peaceful. The police in bulletproof vests only stood on the side and watched the protesters from afar. Tomorrow, the Frankfurt president would head to the opera with the Austria president. Maximum security was enacted around the opera. The police didn't disperse the protesters to prevent accidents from occurring to interfere with the event tomorrow. As long as they didn't approach the opera, as long as the protesters maintained rationality. Among the crowd, two young males stood together. Is it time? It is time. A hooked-nosed male solemnly stared at the name of the deceased as he pulled up the scarf around his neck. For Frankfurt. He left the words to his buddy, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd. His friend gazed at his back. For Frankfurt. The next morning, after Jiang Chen and Aisha had breakfast in the dining room, they went to the garage. They had a free day today as Jiang Chen wanted to take the girl for a tour around BR, and then attend the gala at night at the university. Aisha had been preparing for this date last night. After waking up, she tried on a few different sets of clothes before finally choosing a black cotton dress and high-bottom boots. She also put on light makeup to complete her ensemble. Because it was personal time, Jiang Chen's style was casual. He put on a gray trench coat outside of his shirt before leaving while holding her hand. On the way to the garage, they bumped into Carmen in surprise as he was chatting with a man in a brown jacket. The reason why he was surprised because he remembered Carmen didn't live in the manor. They quickly ended the conversation as the unfamiliar man briskly left. Just before he turned around, he noticed Jiang Chen and Aisha, but his eyes just stopped on Jiang Chen for a second before he left. Although it was a glance, Jiang Chen felt something that made him feel uncomfortable. He smelled chaos. When Carmen saw Jiang Chen, his eyes lit up, and he walked up with a smile. Are you planning to leave? We are planning to take a tour around the city since we're departing tomorrow. Jiang Chen smiled. Your flight tomorrow is, when? 9 in the morning, is there something wrong? Of course not. I hope you have fun here. Carmen smiled, paused, and then he added, don't come back too late. Without too many more words, Carmen stated that he still had things to take care, so they parted ways. Slavic, just then, Aisha abruptly said. Jiang Chen was confused. That man just then is a mercenary, Aisha didn't finish speaking yet before Jiang Chen put his hand on her head. With her face turning red, she looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. Don't overthink today, it's rare for us to go on a tour. Jiang Chen gently rubbed her hair. Feeling the warmth on her head, Aisha shyly buried her head. The Rothschild family was obviously planning something, but it shouldn't be targeted toward him. The more powerful, the warier of their feathers. Disregarding the fact that Jiang Chen reached an agreement with Luke, even if Jiang Chen made up his mind to stand on the opposing side against Vale, BHP, and other metal giants, they wouldn't take any actions in Frankfurt. Since it had nothing to do with him, he didn't need to mind that much. But Carmen's "don't come back too late" was worth pondering. Would something happen at night? Compared to the prosperity days earlier, the streets of BR were particularly quiet today. It was daytime, but there were only a few pedestrians. While all the stores were open, there was rarely a soul inside. It was not until they approached the city center did the situation change. Jiang Chen parked the car in the parking lot at the entrance of the pedestrian street and took Aisha's hand before he smelt something odd. But when he thought that he was going to leave tomorrow, he didn't think too much of it. The solemnness lingering on the street didn't influence the two's date. Aisha held Jiang Chen's arm along the way. From the smile on her face, Jiang Chen could see she was happy. They spent the entire morning walking among the malls in BR while buying bags and bags of clothes. As to the language barrier, it was nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen's phone was installed with a real-time translation software. At noon, Jiang Chen took Aisha to a randomly selected restaurant, sat near the window, and ordered 2 steaks and drinks. The violin in the restaurant was graceful, perhaps because of the ambience. Aisha was particularly timid. The two enjoyed lunch while they chatted about their plans for the afternoon. Just as they were halfway through their lunch, 2 men sat down at a table near them. From their appearance, they looked like employees from the nearby office buildings. When Jiang Chen heard their conversation, Jiang Chen finally learned that an anti-refugee protest erupted in front of the BR Opera. The days won't be too peaceful. Yes. A man in buzzcut sighed. What ended up happening in the protest yesterday? The mayor said that he would pressure the council to pass the bill to restrict the intake of refugees. He said this last month, but what was the result? The damn humanitarianism. Why don't these locusts go to other countries? Fu *K. Jiang Chen pressed the phone screen and closed the translation software's flashing words, then he looked worriedly at Aisha. Seeing that she didn't look too upset, he was more relieved. It's okay. Aisha sensed the care in Jiang Chen's eyes and gently smiled. Is it really okay? Aha. Aisha nodded and used the fork in her hand to play with a small tomato. Because it's something without a solution. The dusk started to fade and night began to settle. A golden layer gilded the dome of the opera. The protesters with signs marched forward. Yesterday's protest was just a warning and today was the main event. If the current regime continued to use their ambiguity, the Bava citizens would use action to tell the Federal Council about their dissatisfaction with their decision. Today was the day of the Frankfurt President and Austria President's diplomatic meeting. Even for the powerful, they still needed to do something to assure the public opinion out of consideration of their political status. But the protesters clearly wrongfully estimated the situation. Not everyone was extreme, or with foresight. The protesters in front of the opera accounted for less than 1% of the BR citizens. At least for now, the social justice warriors had the upper advantage as more people felt compassionate toward the refugees than the people that disdained them. Before the fleet of the 2 presidents arrived, the fully equipped police force used tear bomb to peacefully disperse the protesters, captured the leaders, and the mayhem quickly concluded. To ensure safety, Frankfurt even mobilized its military force to maintain order. Not even a fly could fly inside the opera. Quickly, 10 black cars stopped in front of the opera. A man with a triangular face and a skinny man walked out simultaneously from two of the cars. With the crowd of reporters, they shook hands and walked into the opera while chatting. Frankfurt President Joachim Gund and Austria President Heinze. Behind the two was the Frankfurt Deputy Prime Minister and Federal Minister of Economy and Energy Evelyn, as well as the Austria Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Such a high standard of the meeting was the first this year between the two governments. In the afternoon, the two sides have reached a consensus on economic cooperation and the growing refugee problem. And tonight they will watch the opera performances with the audience with the purpose to consolidate the diplomatic results in the afternoon. At the same time, 3 streets down in the Empire Hotel, Carmen stood in front of the French window in the presidential suite on the top floor. He gazed at the golden dome of the opera with a glass of wine in hand. The door behind him opened and Johnson walked up to him. "The actors are ready." A curvature appeared on Carmen's lips. "Perfect, then, let the performance begin." He raised the hand with wine and gently toasted the reflection of the opera in the window. The opera house was full of people. In addition to the two presidents and government officials, Frankfurt citizens and invited business elites were among the people attending the show. Sitting in a VIP booth, Sim Gord looked at the packed crowd below him. He couldn't help but smile. Frankfurt was a parliamentary system. Although the federal president represented Frankfurt internally and externally, the real power was in the parliament and appointed prime minister. The main duties of the president in the House were only to sign and publish the bills passed by the parliament as well as the laws and regulations signed by the federal minister, but he had no veto power. The prime minister was the head of state, but he was only a representative figure. Even the president only really tasted power during diplomatic meetings. The light illuminated the opera house. The baton swayed as harmonious music drifted down from the stage with the audience immersed in the melody. The performance today was from the world-famous Mino Orchestra from Vienna. The Deputy Prime Minister, Evelyn Gilwick, was sitting behind Sim. He looked up at the clock on the wall, pulled the tie around his collar, and moved closer to the president's ear. "Mr. Sim, I have another commitment in a bit. Is it okay if I leave you here alone?" Sim's eyebrows furrowed as the act of being excluded from formal functions made him extremely displeased. "A commitment? What kind of commitment? How come I don't know about this?" "It's a private function. My alma mater is hosting a seminar and I reserved front row seats." When Sim heard it was a private function, Sim's eyebrows were no longer furrowed. He gently coughed and took on the role of a president. "You can go, just leave this place to me." Evelyn expressed his apologies to the Austrian president and deputy prime minister, then immediately departed. The moment he stepped out of the opera, he felt relieved. "To the University of Br. Quick, the gala will start in 10 minutes. Evelyn scanned the security in the area as he instructed his assistant. Outside the University of Br church, it was packed with people. Although it was a Han student gala, when people heard that the chief designer of Future 1.0 and president of Future Group, Jiang Chen, would attend the gala and deliver a speech during the opening ceremony, people other than students showed up. "Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend this gala out of such a sudden request. We didn't think so many people would show up." Inside the small church, Chen Yuqiao kept thanking Jiang Chen. "No worries, it was my honor to receive your invitation." Jiang Chen smiled. When Chen Yuqiao received Jiang Chen's affirmation, a relieved smile appeared on her face. With a large crowd outside the church, Aisha looked tensed. "Do we not need to worry about security concerns?" "What if, no need to worry." Jiang Chen tried to comfort the worried Aisha. The 4 Celestial Trades bodyguards were already stationed at the 4 corners of the venue. Jiang Chen was wearing a carbon nano bulletproof vest on him and Aisha was with him as backup. He wasn't worried at all. The church bell rang and struck 6 o'clock. The members of the student organization, school officials, and special guest, Jiang Chen, all entered the venue. The MC introduced a few things before immediately handing the microphone to Jiang Chen. With microphone in hand, Jiang Chen calmly stepped onto the stage. He faced a similar situation countless times already, so having a larger audience wouldn't affect his state of mind. I'm surprised there are so many of you in the audience. I thought I would only have to say a few things in order to meet the demands of your student leader, but now I have to be more serious. As Jiang Chen spoke, he jokingly made a funny face. He waited for a moment for the friendly laughter and clapping to die down before he continued. All of your academic qualifications are probably higher than mine, not to mention your professional knowledge. Your Professor Graham knows much more than I do, and many of your classmates' grades are still in his hands. Hearing Jiang Chen mention his name, Professor Graham cast a surprised expression, then gave Jiang Chen a friendly smile. It was a consensus that future technology replaced IBM as the leader in artificial intelligence application. For Professor Graham to be recognized by the chief designer of Future 1.0 was a demonstration of his abilities. Then we'll talk about something that concerns all of you. Jiang Chen paused to build up suspense, then he waved a phone that didn't resemble any current brand and placed it on the podium. Technology. Just as the audience was waiting for Jiang Chen to continue, a shocking scene appeared. The blue photo particles rose from the phone's camera to form two three-dimensional light curtains that looked extremely realistic. The curtain hovered beside Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen slowly opened both his hands, he elevated the two screens gently. The audience was completely stunned to the point of forgetting to clap. Whether it was the dean or Professor Graham, everyone's eyes widened at the sci-fi scene. It wasn't that they never witnessed hologram technology before, but it was the first time they saw hologram technology that allowed human interaction. And that wasn't the most important thing. All functions were achieved through a palm-sized phone. Gradually, the audience became louder and finally broke out into excited cheers. The reporters outside the venue shouted as they expressed their shock in front of the camera. How's technology changing our lives? Jiang Chen looked at the pairs of stunned eyes as he spoke in Han. The hologram screens on both sides translated his words in real time to English and Frankish. The audience gasped, but they couldn't further demonstrate their astonishment because the previous scene already shocked them to the fullest. The same question circled in everyone's mind: how did future technology do it? This is how science is changing our lives. Jiang Chen knew it was impossible to leave a deep impression on the university students with just a few sentences. But technology could. For these young people, advanced technology could leave a deeper impression compared to money. He knew someone must be taking photos in the audience, so his speech would definitely be uploaded online for more people to watch. This would become a hiring advertisement for future technology. The phone was Yao Yao's masterpiece. Not only did it include all the functions of a smartphone, but it also implemented modules for hologram computers. Although his demonstration just showed basic functions of a hologram computer, he had no problem stunning the modern people who didn't know anything. I know everyone has a lot of questions, for example, what's so special about my phone, and how did Future Group create such an astonishing product? Of course, allow me to pass on the question and build suspense. Since this isn't a product launch from Future Technology and the smartphone in my hands is only in a conceptual stage, perhaps it will be introduced in the next 2 years. The emergence of an epoch-making technology can bring subversive changes to our daily life. Like the steam engine 2 centuries ago, the internal combustion engine a century ago, and the computers at the end of the last century, the smartphone in everyone's pocket will follow the same path. I once stressed the importance of science and technology not because Future Group's current investments are all concentrated in these cutting-edge technologies, but because it involves each of our futures. On the stage, Jiang Chen passionately demonstrated his speech skills and laid out the blueprints for the future. From virtual reality to the connection from the virtual to the real world, from new energy vehicles to the existence of maglev in science fiction, the audience had been shocked by the technology he showed. When they heard Jiang Chen's interpretation of the future, the students didn't raise the slightest objection. The church bells rang indicating it was 7 o'clock. An hour had gone by without notice, but the crowd present didn't sense the slightest passage of time. In the picture depicting the future described by Jiang Chen, a virtual reality scene subconsciously surfaced in everyone's brains. Perhaps because they had really seen it and because his words seemed especially convincing that the listeners felt he spoke the truth. At the conclusion of his speech, overwhelming applause rang out. In the face of this applause, Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but slowly smile. He knew the intended effect had been achieved. In any case, the name Future Group had been engraved in the hearts of these students. These people would be graduates from top universities and they would also be the source of talent for Future Group. Even if Jiang Chen could bring back advanced technology from the future, these technologies had to be digested and understood by people. In a short time, is it really possible to achieve it? The audience couldn't hold their thoughts longer. Jiang Chen didn't care about this abrupt statement as looked at the audience. He smiled and said, "Whether it's going to be a short time or long time, I don't know. But if you join us, the time will certainly shorten by a lot." The poser of the question sat back down with a red face. Even nonchalant words were still great encouragement. Of course, how the future would turn out wasn't something Jiang Chen could forecast. Jiang Chen gave the microphone back to Chen Yuqiao, who was waiting by the side. Her expression when she took the microphone suggested she was still in shock. The organizers of the gala could see that students were desperate for Jiang Chen to speak longer. After walking off the stage, Jiang Chen headed toward the back of the church. But this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked toward him and extended his right hand with a smile. Behind him also followed two seemingly powerful bodyguards and a secretary carrying a briefcase. From the man's companions, it was easy to guess his extraordinary identity. "Amazing speech. Thank you for the praise. May I ask your name?" Jiang Chen shook his hand. "Evelyn Gilwick, Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Frankfurt and the Minister of Economy and Energy." Evelyn cleared his throat and spoke with friendliness. The clock at the church struck 7 o'clock. In the opera house, 2 streets past the University of Ber, the sound of the melodious symphony echoed. The Kerman Orchestra from Vienna, Austria delivered a spectacular performance. Under the direction of the concertmaster, all musicians bowed to the audience. Taking advantage of the intermission, Sim and the Austrian president sitting at the top of the opera house happily chatted with each other. "Very good performance, Evelyn will regret his early departure. I'll pass your compliments to the band and they'll be honored at praise coming from the president of Frankfurt," the Austrian president said. "What's the next show?" "It's opera, Turandot, the masterpiece of the famous Italian composer, Giacomo Puccini, played by the Ber National Orchestra. You can look forward to the next show." Sim crossed his legs as he rambled on in a light-hearted fashion. The curtains opened again and a bonfire lit the stage. With a horn-like tune, the actors dressed like nomads filed out from behind the scenes. Beautiful but cold Yuan dynasty Princess Turandot solemnly ordered her people, if a man could guess her 3 riddles, she would marry him. Countless admirers fell at the soldiers' knives. With a smoke curtain, a chaotic atmosphere was created vividly. At this point, a young man wearing black armor with a covered face carrying a black towel and violin case unhurriedly stepped onto the stage. Originally immersed in the opera, Sim frowned slightly as he didn't remember such a violinist debuting in Turandot. On the stage, 2 soldiers came forward and put swords to his neck, just like the previous martyrs. Looking at the young man, Turandot's frozen but elegant face looked surprised. She didn't remember a scene like this in the plot. The masked young man smiled and opened the violin case. And then he calmly took out the MP7 submachine gun hidden in the case. Before anyone could react, he shot down the soldier in front of him and shouted a chant to the holy war. All, at the same time, he pressed the trigger with a menacing smile. Blood splattered in the air. The deafening screams suppressed the sound of bullets. Without any shield to protect them, the audience in the front row quickly collapsed from the wave of bullets. The music of the opera came to a halt as the actors rushed backstage into the emergency exit tunnel in a panic. Then they encountered another terrorist who opened the safety with a menacing smile. The opera house was in complete mayhem. Men abandoned their female companions, and women dropped their heels. Just as everyone flooded toward the door, a warrior stood up to protect the women and children, but he soon died under the gunfire of the attacker. Sim, sitting in a VIP seat, ducked under the table. The two bodyguards beside the president immediately took out their pistols and stationed themselves at the door to the room. Damn it, what's going on? There can't be an anti-terrorist drill in the middle of the opera. The Austrian president hid behind the sofa and spoke with an ashen face. This isn't a joke. Don't worry, the security force of Frankfurt is just outside. While Sim's expression didn't look any better, he was calm. As the president, even if he didn't have too much decision-making power, he still knew how much money the National Defense Department spent each year on anti-terrorism. The soldiers from the security forces were the elites of the elite. In this world, they could easily deal with a few terrorists. Just as the two presidents and the deputy prime minister were waiting to be rescued, the outside was in complete chaos. The BR Opera House was attacked by terrorists. There are a total of 6 gunmen. I repeat, the police and special forces stationed outside the opera house immediately stormed in and engaged in heavy gunfire with the terrorist. The smoke alarms rang, guns constantly fired, and the situation was in disarray. Fortunately, the security force was there, they were the elites of Frankfurt. Unfortunately, the terrorists took the employees and actors as hostages. Even if the security force was composed of elites, they still had to be wary. Nelson, what are your people still waiting for? They only have 6 people, attack now. Rushing to the scene, Casper grabbed a walkie-talkie and took command, but he couldn't with his wig that flew away in front of the media as he roared into the walkie-talkie. Sir, but they took the opera theater crew as hostages. Crouching in the bunker, Nelson calmly reported to his commander. Fool! I'll give you 2 minutes to fight to get inside. But sir, there are 57 hostages inside. Yes, but they are terrorists and our president is inside. So is the Austrian president. Attack, now. Roger. Nelson took a deep breath, then clenched his fists at his troops before swinging his fist down fiercely, signaling a command to attack. With an order like this, there was no need for concern. Even with all 57 hostages dying, they had to rescue the 2 presidents. Attack commence. In the grass field in front of the small church at the University of BR, the gala still continued. But followed by the departures of other students, domestic students began to depart as well. When the irrelevant students and reporters all left, the grass field immediately looked a lot emptier. At the same time, at the side door of the small church, Jiang Chen let go of Evelyn's hand and looked at him with questions in his eyes. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. Do you have any questions? I don't have any questions, I'm just stunned by the blueprints to the future in Mr. Jiang Chen's speech, so I really wanted to take the opportunity to talk to you. Tonight, I'm here as an alumnus to the University of BR, so please just call me Evelyn. Evelyn gave him a friendly smile. The Frankfurt Deputy Prime Minister was extremely talkative and Jiang Chen was happy to develop a relationship with key government officials as they began to chat. Regarding VR, our technology, and future group's plans to expand into pure electric vehicles mentioned in Jiang Chen's speech, the Deputy Prime Minister graduated from a science background displayed rich interest. Just as they began to discuss potential investments, the assistant behind him took a phone call before his expression drastically changed. He hung up the phone, walked to Evelyn with hasty steps, and whispered into his ear. When Evelyn heard these words, his expression shifted immediately before looking apologetically at Jiang Chen. Regretfully, our conversation must end now, there is a small situation outside. It's okay. It's important to take care of business. Jiang Chen smiled. Watching Evelyn and the group leaving, Jiang Chen began to frown. Although he didn't understand Franish, from the whisper to Evelyn, Jiang Chen sensed something was off. He then recollected Carmen telling him to come home early as an ominous feeling lingered in his mind. "Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Chen?" Just then, he heard broken Han from behind him. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the slim and tall man. The messy hair reflected an oily reflection under the light. The darkness under his eyes was either his deep eye sockets or dark eye bags. Other than the fervor flashing in his pupils, he didn't look energetic at all. "I am. You are. Amos Kimberly, Ph.D., of the University of BR. The man smiled shyly, exposing a mouth full of white teeth. He held out his hand and grabbed Jiang Chen. "It's about what you mentioned in your speech earlier, basic and intermediate, advanced artificial intelligence grading. Can I ask about it more in detail? Why are logical responses, self-compliance, emotions and the artificial intelligence grading standards? Can you elaborate on this? Have I mentioned it?" Jiang Chen was surprised. Amos nodded with certainty. He was sure he didn't miss a single word. "Looks like I was too passionate." With the ardent expression on Amos' face, Jiang Chen was slightly troubled. Most of today's artificial intelligence programs remain at the logical response level. Whether it's IBM or Future Group, the use of artificial intelligence is at this level. Program based on human logic rules to determine a logical response. This is basic artificial intelligence and the safest artificial intelligence. I cannot agree with you on one point. In the forefront of science and technology, there are already many research results that could complete the self-complied function and even simulate human emotions. Amos raised some objections. Jiang Chen thought for a moment before he said, "It's normal for you to have disagreements since standards are determined by humans. But here I have to correct your point of view. What I said was that self-compliance is not the kind of self-compliance in the broad sense. How should I describe it? You can interpret it as thinking. Not thinking to provide services for humans or to complete tasks set by humans, but the thinking you and I are doing right now. Are you sure current technology can do that now?" To Jiang Chen's question, Amos evidently paused and began to think. After a moment of silence, he abruptly asked, "Then did you manage to do it?" Jiang Chen let out a sigh. "Sorry, Mr. Amos, these are corporate secrets, I can't tell you more." Then, with Amos' disappointed expression, Jiang Chen paused, smiled and took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to him. "If you are interested, you can join us. We can't give you the technical knowledge free of charge, but if you're willing to share your knowledge for our ideals, we welcome you to join us." After he finished, Jiang Chen disregarded Amos's stunned expression, turned and walked toward the small church. When he returned to the church, Jiang Chen refused all media interviews and took Aisha in the black Benz with the vehicle of the 4 bodyguards following close behind in the direction of the university gate. But at the gate, they were flagged down by the police. When Jiang Chen rolled down his window and asked the security, he was informed that there was a curfew on the street and the surrounding area had been completely quarantined. Jiang Chen noticed the police's eyes lingered for a long time on Aisha's face. The university gate was surrounded by a sizable crowd. To prevent accidents from occurring, the police began to assist security in dispersing the traffic. From the armored vehicles roaming outside to the helicopters hovering above, Jiang Chen started to realize the severity of the situation. Jiang Chen asked Aisha to drive the car to the parking lot beside the library as he immediately took off his seatbelt. Aisha also prepared to leave the car, but Jiang Chen immediately put his hand on her hand. "Wait in the car. I'll be back in a moment. But, I'll scope out the situation outside. Listen to me." Jiang Chen gently squeezed her hand to comfort her before getting out of the car. Instincts told him that something severe might have happened outside, like a terrorist attack. Aisha's identity was quite sensitive to the situation. Although she was Jiang Chen's assistant and bodyguard, it was hard to ensure that the nationalists who lost all rationality wouldn't do something extreme to her at this critical period of time. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, it was better for Aisha to not expose herself. Perhaps she read something from Jiang Chen's eyes that Aisha lowered her head in remorse. "Sorry, I'm causing you trouble. You don't need to apologize." Both Jiang Chen's hands leaned against the door as he looked at her tenderly. "Just leave this to me." A comforted smile emerged on her face. "Aha." He ordered 2 bodyguards to stay in the car while he took the other 2 to rush to the church. But when he arrived at the grass field in front of the church, the gala had been suspended. Beside the wooden table of the church, the student organization leader Chen Yuqiao stared at the empty venue with an urge to cry. She wanted to use the speech delivered by Jiang Chen to host an unprecedented Han student gala. But reality pulled a prank on her. Not long after Jiang Chen's speech ended, the opera house 2 streets down was attacked by terrorists. The Frankfurt government not only sent in their army but a state of emergency was also declared through media and a curfew was established in BR. With this status quo, the gala was obviously cancelled. What exactly happened outside? Jiang Chen walked up to Chen Yuqiao. Chen Yuqiao smiled bitterly. Before she spoke, the vice director looked at Jiang Chen and said with an apologetic tone, "Just 15 minutes ago, the BR Opera House was attacked by terrorists. The streets have been closed down and put under lockdown. Social media platforms have been flooded with news of the attack." As she spoke, she showed him her phone screen. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang. Xia Shiyu's anxious voice immediately came through. The moment she found out about Frankfurt's terrorists' attack, she immediately thought of Jiang Chen who was attending the auto exhibition in Frankfurt. "How are you doing there? Are you okay?" News of the attack was already transmitted to the rest of the globe, which made Jiang Chen think back to the Fran attack earlier that year. It was a similar situation since France's government closed their borders. Based on the situation outside, his flight was probably going to be delayed. "Be calm, I'm okay. You know, I don't have such an artistic tendency to watch operas." Jiang Chen did his best to use a casual tone to comfort Xia Shiyu before he continued. "But the situation outside isn't looking so good, so my return flight is probably going to be delayed." When Xia Shiyu heard Jiang Chen was safe, her tense heart finally felt relieved. "As long as you're okay. You have to be careful there." Although Jiang Chen was confident he would be fine, his heart still warmed up when he heard Xia Shiyu's caring words. "Don't worry, I'm safe on this side." Jiang Chen hung up the phone and hesitated a while before he called the XIN embassy in Frankfurt to inquire about the status outside. Then he called Carmen Rothschild. When the phone connected, Carmen's voice came through. "Good evening, my friend. Since you called at this time, I guess you must be outside." "I'm at the University of BR." Jiang Chen let out a sigh. "The University of BR? Okay, I'll immediately arrange for people to pick you up." "In around 2 hours, since it's not safe outside," Carmen said. Although there were a lot of things Jiang Chen wanted to ask, he resisted the temptation in the end. While he didn't have any direct evidence, from Carmen's reaction in the morning and the calmness in this voice now, the Rothschilds were clearly connected to this attack in some way. But what Jiang Chen didn't understand was, what did they have to gain out of it? Could it be, the cloudiness in his head suddenly had a hint of clarity? "Are you listening?" Seeing as Jiang Chen had no reaction, Carmen probed him. "Aha. Please and thank you." "It's nothing, I have a good relationship with the deputy, so he will pick you up in a bit." "I'm truly sorry, your flight tomorrow may be delayed." Carmen used an apologetic tone. "Frankfurt will close its borders?" Jiang Chen asked. 5 minutes ago, the parliament enacted emergency protocols and the borders will be shut for 3 days, Carmen said. His left fist pressed against the wall as Jiang Chen cursed. "What a disaster." "That's right. The 2 cars can be parked in the garage of the library. I'll send people to pick them up tomorrow. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and watched the student organization leader Chen Yuqiao walking in his direction. I'm sorry that such a thing happened, the school is closed. We can provide housing for you if you need. Chen Yuqiao bowed down apologetically. No need to trouble you guys, someone will pick me up soon. Jiang Chen smiled and signaled it was unnecessary to apologize. Chen Yuqiao didn't insist further. But just as Jiang Chen was prepared to leave, she anxiously asked him. Although she already had Jiang Chen's phone number, it was through an improper method and she used the office's phone to call Jiang Chen. If possible, she wanted to use the opportunity to properly exchange phone numbers with Jiang Chen. To store on her personal phone. Could I please get your number? Jiang Chen took a moment to process her request before he smiled. Of course. Because he still had 2 hours, Jiang Chen didn't directly return to the library after leaving the church. Instead, he first called ceaseless. When he was aware of what was going on in the hospital, Jiang Chen felt reassured. Jiang Chen didn't see him for the entire duration of the trip, but he was worried about the little guy. When he knew he was safe, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and headed to the university gates. Currently, there was still a large crowd outside the gates. Although the police helped disperse most of the crowd, a lot of non-university personnel and students who lived off campus surrounded the gate, shouting that they wanted to go home. When Jiang Chen walked to the edge of the crowd, he obtained information about the outside. It's rumored that the refugees launched a terrorist attack. I knew those people were bad. Look what they brought from the Middle East. Crime, garbage, and now terrorism. People who let them in the borders must be crazy. I heard Sim and the Austrian president are all inside. I wonder what the situation is now. Quick! Look at this Twitter, 3 minutes ago. Oh, dear God, our president died. Someone blew a whistle. Aha, I bet the boys from the Gulf played themselves this time. Someone roared in indignation, why did they do it? God, were we not kind enough to them? Someone shook their head. Who knows? You can never understand what religious madmen are thinking. We always tolerate them, but they seem to always want more. Hearing all this conversation, Jiang Chen obtained a general understanding of the situation and turned back in the direction of the library. The BR Opera House was attacked by terrorists. The German president was killed. All this was probably related to the Rothschilds. But why? Or rather, what's he planning? Right now, the university students either returned to their dorms or gathered around the gate. There wasn't a soul on the discreet path to the library. Aside from faint light from the underground garage, the entire area around the library was dark. His shadow was dragged along as he walked on the desolated path. Just as he was trying to make sense of everything, a gunshot rang out from afar. He suddenly raised his head as he stared in the direction of the library's underground garage. Inside the Empire Hotel, Carmen put the phone on the desk, picked up a wine glass, and walked back to the window. The night had cast its terror on the city. Carmen stared at his reflection in the window as well as the street lit up by police lights. He grinned. The vivid, bright liquid swirled together and added a hint of menace to his smile. An armored vehicle full of special forces disappeared at the end of the street and helicopters hovered above the BR sky. The door to the presidential suite opened. Johnson, in a black suit, walked inside and quietly closed the door behind him. The actors have left the stage. Great. Carmen's fingers rhythmically tapped the wineglass as he seemed to be deep in thought. Johnson, who stood behind him, held his breath while waiting for an order. Johnson. Johnson raised his chest. Yes. But to his surprise, his boss didn't give him an order but rather, spoke slowly and meaningfully. BER is an interesting place. Carmen's words made Johnson feel puzzled as he searched for an explanation from his boss. Perhaps Carmen saw Johnson's confusion through the reflection in the window. He smiled. "Johnson, you were part of Fran's expat army, right?" "Yes, boss," Johnson replied in a deep voice. "What's the closest scene that you have seen that resembled hell?" Carmen quietly asked. Johnson carefully recollected a memory before he answered. "In 2008, during a peacekeeping mission in Haiti, we were traveling with the peacekeepers whose task was to maintain local order, and our task was to rescue the French diplomats besieged in the embassy. When we left the city, we encountered an attack from the opposition's armed forces. They were an army and thought we were an international food aid organization. In a country where 15 presidents were overthrown in 72 years, there was no reason for rationality, and our commander was decisive. There was no communication. They fired first and we fought back immediately. They blocked us, so we killed our way through." "How many people died?" Carmen said nonchalantly. Johnson shook his head. "That operation wasn't recorded on file. I only remember a lot of people fell that day." Death didn't seem to bother him. But Carmen's face reflected in the wine glass had a greater menace written on it. "Is that the worst hell you've seen?" "That's too minor." Carmen grinned. Johnson shrugged. "In modern warfare, not a lot of people die." "Is that so?" Carmen spoke with an underlying meaning. He left the window and placed his wine on an expensive redwood table. "This city is fortunate enough to witness history again. Johnson, remember what I said today. The decision made by the Rothschild family today is to prevent hell from breaking out." "As you wish." Johnson nodded. "Also, I need you to do something else for me." When Johnson heard his boss had a mission for him, he immediately put on a serious expression and stood up straight. "On your command. There's a fish that escaped the net. I need you to take care of it for me." "Who?" "Our beloved Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Evelyn." The gunshots were from the direction of the library with a total of 3 shots. Jiang Chen felt something was terribly wrong since he thought Aisha was still there. He ran to the underground garage while he took out his pistol from the storage dimension and stuffed it in his pocket. The streetlights continuously elongated his shadow. There wasn't a single student to be seen along the way. Security in foreign countries wasn't as stable as in Hua, with so few people outside at night to begin with, not to mention the curfew now in place. When he ran into the garage and saw Aisha and the 4 bodyguards standing beside the 2 black Benz cars, he felt assured. "I heard gunshots from the garage." "No, it was from the library." Aisha shook her head. Seeing as Jiang Chen safely returned, she looked evidently relieved. "Please return to the car, it's not safe outside." As Aisha spoke, she extended her hand to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood the meaning behind her resolute gaze as he reached into his pocket and took out the pistol and silencer. Because she didn't have a gun license, the weapons were all with Jiang Chen. Aisha installed modules on the Type 11 pistol before stuffing it into her suit pocket. Although they might not engage in battle, it was safer to be prepared with gunshots in the vicinity. Just as Jiang Chen was planning to get into the car, a voice in the distance stopped him. "Please wait, Mr. Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen's hand stopped at the car door. From the elevator in the garage, a middle-aged man in a suit was jogging towards him with heavy breaths. Aisha put her hand beside herself in preparation, and the 4 bodyguards all stood in front of Jiang Chen with a defensive stance. From the lamp in the underground garage, Jiang Chen saw the person's face and signaled the bodyguards to not worry, to allow the man to walk in front of him. It was Evelyn, the Deputy Prime Minister of Frankfurt. Jiang Chen just shook hands with him. "Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, could I please ask?" Because of his age and the fact he was wearing dress shoes, the 100-meter distance was already overwhelming for him. With his hands on his knees, Evelyn took a moment to steady his arrhythmic breaths before standing up and looked seriously at Jiang Chen. "I've certainly taken the liberty, but please help me, Mr. Jiang Chen." Just as he spoke, Jiang Chen noticed the blood stains on the left arm of his suit. And his bodyguards were all gone. Help you? Could you tell me what happened? Jiang Chen was hesitant when he said this. Since he was about to leave Frankfurt, he didn't want to go out of his way to trouble himself. But the one requesting help was the deputy prime minister of Frankfurt. It was hard for him to reject him. We have no time to explain, their people are about to be here. As Evelyn spoke, he anxiously looked in the direction of the elevator. Please, take me out of here. Jiang Chen only hesitated for 1 second before 4 blinding rays of light appeared at the entrance of the underground garage. Seeing this, Evelyn decisively got down on the ground with his hands covering his head. 4 gunshots consecutively rang out from the distance. The sound of bullets blowing by his ear made Jiang Chen jump up. Although he was wearing a carbon nano-bulletproof vest, guns weren't something to be messed with. The 4 bodyguards immediately swarmed Jiang Chen to act as human shields while Aisha opened the bulletproof car door while firing back with her pistol. Because she was wearing shades, the car lights didn't interfere with Aisha's vision. 2 bullets penetrated the other side's car window and struck the driver's head. This van rushing in their direction immediately stalled and smashed into a concrete pillar. Seeing Jiang Chen's side firing back, the driver of the other van immediately turned his steering wheel and drifted the van to stop horizontally. The militants in baseball caps and masks swarmed out of the car while firing back behind cover. There was no time for Jiang Chen to hesitate further. With guns being fired, he had no choice but to help the deputy prime minister of Frankfurt. Open the signal jammer. Don't just stand here, I have a bulletproof vest on. Take cover and prepare to fire back. Roger. He dragged open the car door and threw Evelyn, curled up on the ground, into the back seat. He then reached under the car seat and took out a briefcase from the storage dimension with the cover of darkness and tossed it out of the car. The celestial trade bodyguard behind the pillar took the briefcase. He smoothly took out the pistols and clips from inside and tossed the weapons to his comrades. The 4 bodyguards finished equipping themselves in less than 3 seconds and started to fire back. Fortunately both sides used pistols, and in terms of the penetrative power of the bullets and the stability of the pistols, Jiang Chen's side was certainly at an advantage. Just then, the elevator 100 meters behind Jiang Chen began to open. The pursuants from the library had made their way down. Jiang Chen cursed. He took out his pistol and prepared to fight. When it came to combat abilities, the bodyguards were no match compared to their boss. Evelyn saw Jiang Chen's intentions and pulled him aside. They have a lot of people, we can't fight them face to face. We have to get out of here immediately. No need, we can just defend ourselves here. In 2 hours, the deputy will be here to pick me up. *K, I almost forgot police are at the university gates. Jiang Chen swore, took out the phone in his pocket, and prepared to call the police. Don't call the police. Wait, listen to me, they have people in the police system. Evelyn immediately stopped Jiang Chen's actions. Jiang Chen was shocked as his movements froze, but he looked at Evelyn with a frown. I won't go against a country's entire police force for someone I just met once. If you want me to save you, then at least show me that you're one of the good guys. Tell me what's going on. Evelyn understood the warning in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was conflicted for a moment before he sighed. First, allow me to apologize to you for involving you in this. But please understand that it was because I didn't have any other options. If you're willing to help me pass through this hardship, you'll gain the friendship of all the people of Frankfurt. Bullets flew outside the car and left web-like cracks on the bulletproof window. Evelyn looked a bit scared, but such an expression wasn't seen on Jiang Chen's face. When he heard the honest words from the deputy prime minister, he grinned. Your words seem to be promising too much. All the Frankfurt people. You're only the deputy prime minister. A deputy prime minister standing at historical crossroads. Evelyn corrected him with a solemn tone. The militants from the elevator began to converge at Jiang Chen's side. The battle circumstances were especially dire, but Jiang Chen's side was still at an advantage. Aisha's shooting skills were excellent, with at least 6 militants falling victim to her. The celestial trade bodyguards who were behind cover also showed strong combat abilities, as they were all elites in the military. Although their opponents were no simple characters, they weren't injured because of protection from their carbon nano bulletproof vests. The most serious damage was damage to their suits. Time ticked on, with the opposition's firepower gradually dying down. Jiang Chen put the pistol back in his pocket as he nonchalantly asked while leaning against the seat, "Who wants you dead?" "Rothschild." Jiang Chen visibly took a moment to process that before he scoffed, "You know, they're my business partners. There's no such thing as an eternal ally, whether in business or politics. You really think your relationship is that good? Let me tell you, the people who came to assassinate me is the Willy Society. You're familiar with the name Willy Society, right?" Jiang Chen's pupils narrowed. Evelyn's words were clearly telling him that Willy Society and the Rothschilds were connected somehow. Although he made this connection before, there was no direct evidence to prove this point. And up till now, Carmen was always friendly towards him. But what made Jiang Chen even more surprised was that Evelyn knew the conflict between him and Willy Society. "How can you prove this?" "FNI, Frankfurt National Intelligence. Our people have been closely following the Rothschild family's economic activities in Frankfurt as well as Willy Society's penetration into West Europe. Based on our sources' information, how can you prove this?" Jiang Chen interrupted him as he repeated the same phrase, word for word. Evelyn took a deep breath and said, "I can't prove this. There's no assassin foolish enough to leave evidence that could suggest their identity. The evidence of Rothschild's connection with Willy Society is also in FNI's document room. But I can swear on Jesus Christ that everything I said is true. The choice to gain the friendship of the Frankfurt Parliament or gratitude from the Rothschilds family is in your hands." The gunshots outside the car stopped. Aisha shot the 2 assassins attempting to escape and signaled the death of all 17 assassins. Aisha pulled open the driver's side door and looked at Jiang Chen for further instructions. Jiang Chen thought for 2 seconds before he looked at Evelyn. "Tell me, how do you want me to help you?" Evelyn clearly looked relieved. "Take me to Austria." Although Jiang Chen didn't know what Rothschild wanted to do, his instincts told him they were planning something extremely dangerous. He didn't know what kind of influence this attack would have on Frankfurt and all of Europe. But if the ultimate beneficiary was the Willy Society, he felt the need to do something to stop the people who were a constant pestilence. Especially since a friendly gesture to Evelyn now might reap future benefits. As Jiang Chen made up his mind, he nodded at Evelyn. He agreed to help him and take him to Austria. He ordered the 4 bodyguards to drag the bodies into the elevator, then Jiang Chen ordered them to use the blood dissolver to dissolve the blood in the garage. When everyone looked away, he took the opportunity to transfer the 17 bodies into the storage dimension. After using the blood dissolver to wash away the bloodstains, Jiang Chen pressed the elevator button to the top floor and walked out. It produced an indescribable excitement to go against the most powerful family in Europe. But the situation hadn't deteriorated to the point where they stood in direct opposition to each other and Carmen shouldn't know about the incident that happened in the library. The moment the guns were fired, Jiang Chen ordered the bodyguards to open the signal jammer, so the gunmen who entered the basement shouldn't have communicated with the outside. The assassins who attempted to escape were executed by Aisha, so their execution was flawless. Figuring out how to make the rest of the steps go smoothly while removing the suspicion from him was what Jiang Chen needed to do next. There was only an hour before the deputy arrived at the library. If Jiang Chen wanted to help Evelyn without Rothschild knowing, he had to create an accident in the next hour. First, he took out his phone and called CLA, who was visiting his sister. "Hacking into the BR police network, how confident are you?" "It's going to be difficult. With what happened tonight, FNI's people will definitely help the local police to investigate. I only have a laptop and it's almost impossible to infiltrate their network right under their nose. What if you had a supercomputer? CLA, who was holding the phone, took a second to process before his expression turned ecstatic. I can do it. With the computation power of a supercomputer, even if it's the firewall of the National Defense Department, I can take it down for you. Be careful, don't let them know it's you and don't let them know the computer's IP address. Jiang Chen provided the administrative password to CLA, hung up the phone, and took out the phone Yao Yao designed for him. Future Group's biggest secret wasn't the Peacekeeper intercontinental ballistic missile deployed under the sea, but it was the commercial quantum computer that was about to come online acting as the server for Godly Land. Although its performance wasn't comparable to the two experimental quantum computers in Fallout Shelter 027, its daunting computation power wasn't something that could be challenged by modern-day supercomputers. The quantum computer located in Coral Island only had a usage of 1.1%, but even the 1.1% was enough to support 2 million beta testers to connect to the game simultaneously. Jiang Chen used his phone to remotely control the quantum computer and assigned 0.1% of spare power to CLA. With his hacker abilities along with the insane computational power of the quantum computer, it shouldn't be too difficult to infiltrate the police network. Even with the intervention of FNI agents. Jiang Chen immediately took out 4 cigarette box-sized high-energy bombs and passed them to Aisha. To the west wing of the library. Aisha nodded. Without any hesitation, she turned around. Then Jiang Chen planned for a moment and called Chen Yuqiao. When his call went through, Chen Yuqiao and the executives of the student organization were calling student registration to confirm their safety. BER was currently under a curfew and the University of BER was closed, so a lot of students blocked from the university were at risk. The issue with the refugees meant that not only Frankfurt but all of Europe's security was compromised. Especially with the accident that just occurred, it was hard to ensure people with ill intentions wouldn't take advantage of the situation. After Chen Yuqiao hung up the phone to the Han embassy, she didn't even put her cell phone down before another call came through. When she saw the caller, her expression turned stiff. She didn't think Jiang Chen would call her personally. Hello. Chen Yuqiao picked up the phone while dropping what she was doing. She headed outside. Are you interested in joining Future Group? Jiang Chen's words made Chen Yuqiao take an extra second to process before a joyful expression appeared on her face. She almost bit her tongue when she spoke. Future Group was known for its competitive benefits package and anyone could see the imminent dominance of Future Group. Regarding the olive vine extended by Jiang Chen, the temptation was intense for someone who was about to graduate. I'm very interested. Good. After 3 business days, the European division will send you a contract. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. But before that, I need you to do something for me. After he hung up the phone, Aisha, who finished planting the bombs, returned underground. Evelyn looked nervously at Jiang Chen for the entire duration as his actions made him feel more and more unsettled. What do you want to do? Turn the water muddy. Jiang Chen looked at Evelyn and sneered. BER Hospital. CLA brought his laptop to the corner of the restroom while his fingers turned into shadows as he furiously typed on the keyboard. With the lines of code flashing in front of his eyes, the teen's expression began to turn fervent. To be able to use a supercomputer as the source of attack is something dreamed about by every hacker. A supercomputer to a hacker was just like a godly weapon to a player. Although Jiang Chen only lent the supercomputer to him temporarily, it didn't take long for him to feel the power of controlling the world. With a godly weapon in hands, he traversed through the world of 0 and 1 like an unstoppable force. A password that must take hours to crack was just a few seconds with the help of the quantum computer. That was just 0.1% of its computation power. Got it. CLA could no longer hide his excitement as he pulled down his hood to cover his face under the shadow to prevent other people from noticing his expression. With 10 minutes, He used the server of a contractor that provided maintenance service to the BR police department as the jumping board and successfully infiltrated the police network. Because the infiltration time was extremely short, he didn't catch the attention of anyone. The screen flashed, a city map labeled with red dots appeared on his computer screen. The red dots that moved along the streets were the GPS coordinate of the police vehicles patrolling in the city. From the concentrated red dots, the BR police had sent out all available forces and set up blockades at key entrances to the city. CLA clicked on the location of the University of BR to expand the map of the patrolled area. CLA's eyes stopped on the 4 red dots parked around the university gate as a proud curvature appeared on his face. "I found you." He pressed the microphone of the Bluetooth earphone, opened the voice change file, cleared his throat, and pressed the phone button. "Do you really need to do this?" Evelyn sat with Jiang Chen in the back of the Benz with a wry smile as he stared at the red button on the phone screen. The 2 Benz already left the garage and stopped on the small road 500 meters away from the library. 4 bodyguards sat in one car while Aisha, Jiang Chen, and the Deputy Prime Minister sat in another together. "Mr. Evelyn, you know, I'm taking the risk to upset Rothschild for you. If you don't bring enough genuineness to the table, how would I trust that you won't burn the bridge after?" Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Jiang Chen couldn't risk letting Rothschild know about this, and Evelyn's words were the key. It was too obvious for the public figure to wear a collar, and there was no surgery condition to inject the slavery chip. The only method to ensure he would keep his mouth shut was to drag him down with him. "You only have half a minute to hesitate." But what Jiang Chen didn't expect was the moment he said these words, Evelyn pressed the button. Flames erupted from the library 500 meters out, followed by an explosive bang. Debris flew and scattered. The entire west wing slowly collapsed under the explosion and crashed the entire garage. "Jesus Christ! This is magnificent." Evelyn returned the phone to Jiang Chen while he muttered at the scene outside the window. "You surprised me. You pressed the button without hesitation." Jiang Chen took the phone and signaled for Aisha to start the car. "I don't have any other choices," Evelyn shrugged. "Compared to the future of the country, a library building is nothing. Especially since there shouldn't be anyone in the library." On his face, Jiang Chen saw repent, but he didn't see any regret. As a qualified politician, the Deputy Prime Minister possessed all the qualities a politician should have. Jiang Chen laughed and closed the camera on the side. "If other people know I pressed the button, my political career will be over." Evelyn sighed. "Don't worry, as long as you don't sell me out, no one will know who pressed the button." The sudden explosion sent a shockwave across the entire university. The library with thick smoke rising was reflected in thousands of terrified pupils. Mayhem ensued. No one knew why the quiet university would become the target of a terrorist attack, they only knew it happened inches away from them. People screamed, attempted to escape the university where terrorists were disguised in. The police and security at the university gate did all they could to comfort people's emotions, prevent people from rushing into the streets, but it was futile against the emotional crowd. It was a chaotic scene. The crowd flooding outside blocked the fire trucks and ambulances attempting to enter the university. The police stationed at the gate roared into the radio on their shoulder to report the status at the University of BR while requesting for additional backup from the headquarters. But the police didn't know was that they were not communicating with the headquarters, but they were speaking with CLA who hijacked the communication channel. "Please remain calm, Mr. Bills, backup in on the way, please maintain the order of the scene. Quick, we can't hold the crowd anymore. There are at least 10,000 people. This is insane, Han international students are protesting, you better be quick." Bills at the scene hung up the phone rudely as a smile emerged on CLA's face at the corner of the restroom in the hospital. "Keep waiting, backup will never arrive." Not only that. Following Jiang Chen's command, the teen's fingers typed on the keyboard and changed the patrol route of the police vehicles in the city without leaving a trace. Right now, the Han international students at the university gate were protesting that the BER police was locking them together with terrorists. The usually timid international students leading a protest was something unexpected by the BER police. As the student organizations with the largest member base, their protest received the support of other students. No one wanted to be locked with terrorists inside a cage together. With a flood of over 10,000 people, a police team of 20 people with shields was futile. It didn't take long for the people in the university to break through the blockade and escaped onto the street. The situation began to deteriorate, and the police lost control. Jiang Chen and the group used the chaos at the gate to rush out of the university along with a few other vehicles. "Are you crazy?" The student union president with a hooked nose found Chen Yuqiao as he stared at her with an aggressive tone. "Why didn't you stop your people? If an accident happened, why would I stop them?" Chen Yuqiao interrupted the student union president and looked at him seriously. "We are exercising our legal rights, and we have the right to protest. Also, please be cautious of your tone. You don't have the right to order me, we don't have a subordinate relationship." The hooked nose looked at her, dumbfounded. He didn't think Chen Yuqiao, who was always easy to talk to, would suddenly change to such a firm stance. His mouth opened and closed as he only managed to squeeze out a few "okays" without properly saying a complete sentence. "Tonight, the entire city won't be peaceful." CLA changed the patrol route of the police vehicles in the city and created a safe passage for Jiang Chen and the group to the south rural area of BR. Because the entire city was given a curfew, the major highways in the city were under heavy congestion. CLA then hacked into the traffic control system and paralyzed a few major intersections' red lights to block the flow of traffic from Jiang Chen in order to prevent their escape route from being congested. "The inspection station 2 kilometers to your southeast is gone. I have ordered them to change shifts." Since he was incorporated by Jiang Chen, it has been a while since he had the thrill of using his ability without restriction. Send a similar command to a few other inspection stations in the north and east area to prevent suspicion. Understood. Also, don't have too much fun. Got it. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and used the mirror to look at Aisha. "Aisha, is the tracking system on the car closed?" "I've taken it out," Aisha answered sternly while holding onto the wheel. "Excellent." Jiang Chen made a hushed gesture and then called Carmen Rothschild. "I need an explanation." Carmen looked gravely at Johnson, who stood in front of him with his head buried, without daring even to breathe heavily. Seeing Johnson didn't say a word, Carmen continued. "I waited till now, and only received the news that a terrorist attack occurred at the library of the University of BR. Where did Evelyn go? Is he dead or alive? This is not the result I want. I need the Deputy Prime Minister to die in BR. And not appear in the next election as an opposition. I'm very sorry." Johnson lowered his head. Perhaps Carmen realized he was too emotional. He took a deep breath and recollected his thought. "I don't want to hear your apologies, I need an explanation. Our people engaged in crossfire at the University of BR with the bodyguards of the Deputy Prime Minister. And then? On the first floor at the library gate, our people killed the last 3 bodyguards around Evelyn. Evelyn ran inside, and then our people lost communication." A drop of cold sweat dripped down from Johnson's forehead. "Lost communication, and then the explosion." Carmen sighed, and poured him another glass of wine. What did those idiots think they did? The 2 Benz's GPS signal was lost in the underground parking of the library. Looks like the 2 vehicles must be buried under the debris. This is going to be difficult. He asked Jiang Chen to wait for him at the parking lot, but an explosion happened coincidentally at the library. Anyone would suspect it was a plotted murder, which would without a doubt cause a strain in their relationship. Instincts told him that Jiang Chen didn't die in the explosion. When Carmen thought about this, he began to have a headache. It was a complete coincidence to drag Jiang Chen into this, and he couldn't think of an explanation to this event within a short period of time. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen directed the explosion himself. Jiang Chen didn't possess the motive to cause an explosion. Evelyn hid in the west wing of the library. The gunman who failed to find him chose to end the search as soon as possible. God knows if a donkey had kicked their head as they chose to blow the building up. If it was the Willy Society, they certainly possessed the ability to blow a building up. But the explanation would fail to explain why the Willy Society gunman would lose communication after the explosion. Unless there was someone that was the perpetrator behind the explosion and their target was Jiang Chen. But because of the coincidence, he didn't know if Jiang Chen has died, but the Willy Society gunman happened to be buried alive. At the same time, the phone on the table rang. Carmen looked at the caller on the screen as his eyebrows visibly twitched. He hesitated for a moment before he picked up the phone. Without any small talk, the moment the phone was connected, Jiang Chen's thunderous roar came from the other side. "Mr. Rothschild, I want to know what exactly happened. If I didn't happen to be in the car, if my bodyguard didn't react fast enough, if I didn't happen to just be 2 meters away from the door, I would have been King buried alive. Please. Remain calm, my friend." Carmen with a wry smile attempted to calm Jiang Chen's emotion, but Jiang Chen, who just escaped from death, clearly didn't take in his words. "Friend? This is how the Rothschild family treat their friend? Where are you? I'll send people to pick. No need to bother you anymore, my Frankfurt trip is ending early. I will be leaving Frankfurt tonight, with my own method. I will be on the plane tomorrow morning. I'm truly sorry, my friend. Please trust me, I will give you an explanation." Carmen closed his eyes and said courteously, "I hope so." Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Carmen took a deep breath and put the phone back on the table. "Boss, there is no use looking for an explanation now, just put him aside. Also, compared to the relationship with Future Group, there are more important things we must do." Carmen quickly adjusted his mood and said in an emotionless tone. After Jiang Chen dropped Carmen's call, he let out a breath. He didn't know if his acting successfully tricked the small cunning fox of the Rothschild family, but he did everything he could. The rest would be up to luck. Frankfurt has closed its borders, but since the attack happened less than 2 hours ago, the lengthy borders could not be completely closed within such a short period of time. We'll take an alternative path to the Frankfurt-Austria border. If there are no surprises, we won't be blocked along the way. If we meet an inspection blockade, we'll ram through. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't encounter any inspection zones along the way. They made their way through a muddy path in the rural area and passed through the Frankfurt-Austria border. Although there were tense moments along the way, they managed to dodge by the knife's edge without problems. The two Benzas were parked by the border as the group chose to pass the border on foot through the forest. Jiang Chen purposely slowed down by a few steps and threw the cars into the storage dimension to remove their traces. Just as the day began to break, the group finally walked out from the rocky paths and arrived in a small town in Austria. "I'll just send you to here. The rest of the way will be up to you." When Jiang Chen traversed through the forest, he looked at Evelyn, who was gasping for breath on the ground. For a politician that spent most of his days in the office, the outdoor activity of climbing mountains was challenging. "No problem. Can I borrow a few €100 from you?" "For a taxi?" Evelyn asked shamelessly. Jiang Chen took a few bills out and threw them beside him. Evelyn on the ground grinned and picked up the bills. "Best of luck, I hope you won't make my investments skid the water." "Rest assured." Jiang Chen read the sternness in Evelyn's eyes and nodded. He then turned around to signal Aisha and the bodyguards to leave. He has done everything he could. As for if Evelyn could stop Rothschild's plan, it has nothing to do with him anymore. 1. Skid the water, an analogy that means the same thing as go to waste. Yesterday, a shooting incident occurred at the refugees camp in West Bava which resulted in the death of 10 Syrian refugees. The attackers directly threw explosives inside the refugee camp. The organization, Nomadic Teens, claimed responsibility for this attack. It has been 3 days since Jiang Chen returned to the mansion in Xian. He has grown into the habit of watching the news in the morning and obviously would not miss the follow-up reports on the attack at the Opera House. He wasn't bothered by the subsequent event but was rather troubled by the plan of the Rothschild family. Installing a right-wing party to lead the country. But to direct a terrorist attack was too much of a cost. Just like the usual, Aisha brought the toasts and the hot milk to the table, then in swift steps, she walked to the living room and gently hugged Jiang Chen from behind the sofa. "Breakfast is ready." "Aha." Jiang Chen smiled and turned around to kiss the girl tenderly. With her face slowly blushing, Jiang Chen turned off the TV, took her hand, and then walked to the dining room. With the conclusion of the Germany trip, there were still many things he needed to take care. After breakfast, Jiang Chen on a boat visited New Moon Island to find Ivan, who was training new recruits at the shooting range. Followed by the increase in production at the 6th Street, the monthly production of kinetic skeletons had reached a total of 500 units, and the continuous stream of kinetic skeletons flowed into the modern world through Jiang Chen. Currently, the 1,500 soldiers in Celestial Trade all possessed a unit, which meant the penetration rate was even higher compared to the NAC soldiers. The situation on the wasteland had been stabilized, and the need to expand military arms was not as critical as before, so demand had dropped. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to prioritize the equipment of the force in the modern world to protect the assets there. Inside the shooting range, soldiers in kinetic skeletons with Reaper assault rifles were shooting at the fast-moving targets. On the other side of the training field, 10 soldiers were entering into the arena to simulate city attack scenarios with the cooperation of the reconnaissance drones and attack drones. "Yo," when Jiang Chen came, Ivan smiled, leaned the gun beside the table, and greeted. "How's the training going?" "Absolutely perfect. The virtual reality training system is wonderful. Usually, training a new recruit would take 3 months, we only need 1 month to finish now." Jiang Chen nodded. To increase the training efficiency of Celestial Trade, he assigned 1% of the computation power from the commercial quantum computer used to serve the Phantom helmet to run the virtual reality system in order to best simulate the details of a battlefield. The 1% computation power was not to be underestimated. Even if the quantum computer had a lower power consumption compared to a traditional supercomputer, Celestial Trade still needed to pay over $500,000 in electricity a month for that 1%. And the chambers the soldiers used were all produced from the 6th Street, the amount of nutrient solution needed per day was not a small number either. Due to the limited population, Xian could only seek the path of elite soldiers. "You're doing great. I will install new training modules in the control terminal. You can arrange 100 soldiers you trust to use the new training module to conduct training. The requirement is that their height must be above 170 centimeters with a weight between 60 to 75 kilograms." Jiang Chen told Ivan. Ivan stood up straight and saluted. "Yes, sir." "Are you not interested in the training content?" Seeing Ivan didn't have any questions, Jiang Chen asked. "If the boss thinks I need to know, then the boss will tell me." Ivan rubbed his forehead and grinned. "Order is everything." As a soldier, it was enough to execute the order given by the superior. Ivan had been training the soldiers with the strict rules mindset, it was also because he abided by it for many years in the military. Jiang Chen was impressed by Ivan's response as he patted him on the shoulder. "It is nothing secretive, you'll know very soon. If you're interested, you can also take the training. Power armor. Have you heard of this before?" "Power armor?" Ivan paused for a moment before his eyebrows furrowed, searching in his head. "I seem to have heard of it somewhere." "Movie." Jiang Chen reminded. "Right. That Hollywood movie. Could it be?" Ivan seemed to have realized something as he looked at Jiang Chen. "That's right. The training module is about training to use the power armor. Do you remember the shooting incident that happened on Koro Island? A few seconds of video? Jiang Chen smiled. Ivan nodded and then looked at Jiang Chen in shock. It is capable of providing bullet, shell, grenade and nuclear strike protection. The right arm could be installed with revolving machine guns, anti-armor cannons, or a repair module. The airdrop type could be parachuted from thousands of meters up in the air. Ivan was just about to ask, does single soldier armor really have combat value? But when he listened to Jiang Chen's description and swallowed the sentence back. This thing. Can the functionality really be achieved? Ivan felt his voice was shaking when he asked. If power armor could really achieve the functions Jiang Chen described, this new type of battle machine could transform the structure of modern warfare. With how Ivan was still stunned, Jiang Chen only laughed. It was nothing. With the assistance of the airdrop pod, it could be directly launched down from the synchronous orbit. The power armor was originally designed for nuclear, transformed, city environments, so its ability to withstand nuclear radiation was without a doubt. It could traverse through terrains impassable by vehicles, provide temporarily cover for light infantry in street engagements and provide firepower coverage. It is within the last period of the testing phase, but the training module is complete. Once the 100 soldiers are familiarized with the control of the armor through the virtual reality training system, the first batch of power armors should arrive in New Moon Island too. What you have to be aware of is, although power armor itself does not need to be kept a secret, its functionality and weapon specifications must be kept confidential. So your task is extremely critical. You must choose soldiers that are trustworthy to participate in training, Jiang Chen said sternly. Leave it up to me. Ivan solemnly nodded and promised. I trust your ability. Jiang Chen smiled. Other than the power armor, there is also a training module on fixed-wing aircraft. This is a bit more complicated. Air Force and Land Force are completely two separate systems, and even with the assistance of genetic vaccines, aircraft's requirement for the pilot is extremely strict. I have a physical examination checklist here, and you only need to arrange for people to go through the examination. If there are not enough people in the army, you can recruit from XIN citizens. Not enough people. Ivan had a dumbfounded expression as he looked puzzled. Do we need a lot of people? Jiang Chen shook his hand. We only need 20 people. Only 20 people. There are 1568 soldiers in celestial trade, how can we not find just 20 people? Ivan was not convinced. Jiang Chen mysteriously smiled and patted the shoulder of the old soldier. Therefore, the criteria are extremely strict. As to how strict it is, you'll see. On the evening of October 31st, a large-scale terrorist attack occurred at the Opera House. 121 people including the president have been killed in this attack. 31 people including the Austrian president are seriously injured. 2 hours after the attack, an explosion occurred at the university library 2 blocks away. The bodies of the victims were not found on the scene. There is currently no evidence suggesting the 2 attacks are related. The police found the bodies of 6 gunmen at the crime scene, 4 of whom were Syrian and 2 men from Somalia and Libya. The police confirmed that 6 were registered in the refugee camps in the suburbs of Bav. At present, no individual or organization has claimed responsibility for the attack. For security reasons, the police temporarily closed the refugee camps in the Bav province. Multiple embassies lowered their flag to half-mast. The National Anti-Terrorism Office, Casper, resigned. In the early morning, the leader of emerging anti-refugee far-right party New Choice Party, Crete Petrie, delivered a speech in the federal parliament, sternly condemning the chancellor for being too weak on the refugee issue, and it is those people that brought terrorism. The Crete speech was criticized by many lawmakers as being extreme and irrational, but it won applause from the audience. Analysts commented that this event might heighten the New Choice Party support rate to a new high. The CDU, led by Merkel, has lost 2 constituencies. After this incident, BOV and neighboring constituencies will be favoring the new Choice Party. As soon as the picture turned, the scene changed to outside Parliament. The reporter handed the microphone to a Germanic man with a flag on his face. The reporter had not asked the question, and the man screamed out in anger. "Close all the refugee camps. I have had enough. Help me ask the Chancellor. Do you have to wait for the garbage to ruin everything to do something about it? God, it shouldn't be our president that died in there, it should be you." Jiang Chen turned off the TV. He leaned on the sofa and gently tapped his finger on the arm of the sofa. 1 day passed since they crossed the Austrian border. At this moment, he was sitting in the lounge of Xian's embassy in Austria. Because it is a small country, limited by factors such as influence and budget, the embassy here was not as luxurious as the embassies in the UAE or Hua. Xian only bought a 2-story office with a total of 500 square meters near the city center and transformed it into the embassy. By the way, taking a left turn out the door is the Argentina embassy. After crossing the border and separating from Evelyn, Jiang Chen went to the nearest town and dialed the telephone number of the embassy. After receiving his call, Bram, the ambassador in Austria, immediately arranged for 2 cars to go to the border town. They took him back to the embassy office in Vienna and arranged a room for him and Aisha to rest in. The 4 celestial trade bodyguards following Jiang Chen also stayed at the nearby hotel. As a public official from Xian, who didn't know the impact of celestial trade on the country's politics? It is precisely because of this that Bram was attentive and meticulous during the entire duration. The sky was just beginning to light up, and Aisha was still asleep. Because he wasn't sleeping anymore, he got out of bed and watched TV in the living room. There was no suspense, and the morning news were all covering the attack. Just like the attack that happened in Paris, France and Brussels, Belgium. Everyone was condemning, everyone was angry, and everyone was praying for the victims. The public opinion of the attacks was not fundamentally different. But from the seriousness of Evelyn, the attack would ignite a long-buried fuse. What will be detonated? Muttering, Jiang Chen's gaze swept the map of Europe attached to the wall. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Glancing at the closed bedroom door, Jiang Chen casually said, "Please come in." The door opened, and Ambassador Bram appeared at the door. After opening the door, he did not enter the house, just stood there with a smile. "Mr. Jiang Chen, someone outside wants to see you." "Who?" Jiang Chen asked unexpectedly. "An old man named Sides. He claims to be the butler of Rothschild. A very unexpected visitor." Jiang Chen had thought that Rothschild would send someone to meet him, unravel the misunderstanding, and repair the cracks in their relationship, but did not expect that it was actually Sides making this trip. "I am extremely grateful that you didn't close the door on me, Mr. Jiang." There is no way I will not let you in." Jiang Chen smiled at the kind-hearted old butler. "Before the topic begins, please allow me to apologize for the hospitality of the previous day. I hope that Mr. Jiang can understand." "Of course, but I need an explanation for the explosion that took place in the library." Sighed. "Master Carmen swears in the name of the Rothschild family that the explosion has nothing to do with us. I promise you, we will find out who actually launched the despicable assassination and poured the dirty water on the Rothschild name to cause a rift in our friendship." Since Sides had already said this, Jiang Chen didn't persist on this issue further, so he accepted the Rothschild family's argument that the explosion of the library had nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with them. After all, the explosion was Jiang Chen's self-directed performance. "No matter who they are, I will definitely let those rats pay the price," regardless. Jiang Chen still had to finish acting as he said in a furious voice. After sending away the butler, Jiang Chen looked up at the clock. It was getting late, so he was going to wake Aisha up. Typically, Aisha woke up him, but because they slept too late last night, it was his job now. However, when he pushed open the door, Aisha was already dressed and looking out the window. Jiang Chen hugged the petite body and spoke softly in her ear. "What are you looking at?" "The street has a familiar feeling." "Familiar feeling?" "Well, maybe it's just an illusion." Looking at the bustling Mettern Street, Aisha whispered. Born in the flames of war, she has an extraordinary acuteness to the war. But looking at the busy streets, she was skeptical of her own judgment, using the word illusion to summarize her instincts. In the afternoon, Bram personally drove Jiang Chen and the others to the airport. After waiting for 2 hours, everyone boarded the plane safely. The voice of the flight attendant rang in his ear. He looked at the ground further and further below him, and slowly breathed out, relieved. No matter what the Rothschild family is planning, no matter how many people will bleed, it has nothing to do with him anymore. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the conversation between the old Rothschild and him in the forest. "Keep it to yourself." He closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat. Apocalypse. After half a month's efforts, the mutant nests in the west side of Wanghai were cleared out. Other than that, NAC soldiers built 11 inspection stations along Huangpu River to block all bridges that connected the west side of the city to the east side to prevent mutants from spreading to the west. All the mutant nests on the west side of the city, whether on the surface or underground, were all eliminated by NAC soldiers and mercenaries. Although creatures such as mutated cockroaches and rats were hard to remove completely, the more hostile mutants such as zombies, Roshans, and even Deathclaws were completely extinct from the west side. Due to the force of the NAC, the survivor groups in the area were all incorporated under NAC's control. The mercenary groups and raider groups without the cleanest track records either reformed or left the city. When they witnessed the rain of rockets in the sky, they had no desire to be defiant at all. NAC had used its supreme power to announce its control over Wanghai. Looting Town, who previously had the same influence as the 6th Street, could no longer stand against the behemoth known as NAC. When they saw God's cane strike onto the city center, they had completely accepted the fact. They didn't know it was NAC's battle against the Supreme, as they were only aware of NAC's mutant nest cleaning project. Therefore, they mistakenly thought that the tungsten rod was launched by NAC. Other than asserting a controlling position, NAC also sent engineering soldiers with nuclear protective suits to the city center to clean the radiation source piled up in the area. The difficult-to-remove radiation source was collected to lead barrels and thrown into a deep pit created by tungsten rods before being buried under concrete with lead content. And the area with lower levels of radiation was cleaned with radiation cleaning agents. It wouldn't take too long before the gamma level in the city center returned to normal levels. Also, the explorer teams were sent to nuclear companies, research institutes, and industrial bases to search for pre-war technology. All the collected documents would be sent to Camp 027 for control and categorization. The city center, protected by radiation, was just like an untarnished treasure. A lot of the technical documents hidden underground were well preserved and were of high value. The 1,000 scientists in Camp 027 instantly became overwhelmed with work. The Huangpu River that ran straight across Wanghai was just like the Berlin Wall. The left side was the NAC-controlled area with established order, while the right side remained as the land of chaos. Followed by the end of the mutants' flood, the survivor groups in the east had returned from the large survival bases such as Luding to return to their homes and restart their lives. But when they witnessed the difference between the two banks, without the need for more persuasion, the survivors who longed for the safety and stability of the West City brought their families and migrated to the West Bank. The inspection stations that spanned across Huangpu River didn't stop their migration, but the entire population of survivors moving into NAC territory must surrender their nuclear grenades, mini-nukes, and other dangerous goods. The nuclear prohibition policy was beginning to push outward from the 6th Street and enact in all NAC-controlled territory. Currently, in Wanghai Airport, 10 construction vehicles were moving along the taxi lane and repairing the destroyed airport. The repair work was contracted out by NAC to the biggest construction company in 6th Street, metal shell commerce with the 2nd Division responsible for the safety of the construction site. The commercial airport pre-war had been part of NAC's requisition as NAC's first military airport managed by the closest camp, Camp 027. Currently, in the hangar of the airport, there was a fluid and dynamic-looking aircraft that resembled a swallow. Its name was Aurora 20. Jiang Chen was in front of the hangar with Fang Weijie touring the newly developed weapon by the fallout shelter. Aurora 20, fixed-wing fighter, it can take off through both the vertical takeoff and runway modes. The aircraft can be mounted with 2 rounds of short-range air-to-air missiles and 4 rounds of long-range air or ground missiles. A 10 mm cannon is installed at the head of the aircraft. Based on including Tiger II, transport helicopter type 51, the most advanced military techs in the NAC were created from the team led by Fang Weijie. Jiang Chen nodded in content as he stared at the powerful-looking fighter. What about the stealth capacity and speed? Stealth capability and speed are the life of a fighter. Armor thickness at high altitude offered less significance. No matter how advanced the fighter, it is difficult to withstand the impact of 2 missiles' direct hit. The aircraft shell is coated with a radar signal attenuation coating that displays only a sparrow-sized area on most radars. The radar signal detection system at the bottom of the aircraft can reverse track the coordinates of the ground radar base station. As for the speed, the maximum cruise speed is up to Mach 4.5. A smug look appeared on Fang Weijie's face. Jiang Chen was extremely impressed with the number. 4.5 Mach's highest speed has surpassed the MiG-25 high-altitude high-speed interceptor's 3.2 Mach's record. The number was approaching the speed limit a fighter jet could reach in the atmosphere. Of course, in case of near-combat situations, it was infeasible to combat at the highest speed. Disregarding 4.5 Mach, even if the speed was Mach 2, the acceleration of the fighter taking a turn would knock the pilot out. In addition, according to Fang Weijie's introduction, this Aurora 20 fighter has a combat radius of up to 3,100 kilometers. In the case with no tanker support, the number has far exceeded F-22's 2,177 kilometers record. It was partially because the aircraft's new titanium alloy which made the weight of the aircraft compared to the 21st century fighter much lighter. It was also because the aircraft's use of the engine and synthetic fuels were better than the technology level of the 21st century. From the engine to the fire control system, everything is PAC's military technology. From the aircraft landing gear to air-to-air missiles, everything was made using 3D printing technology. What is the feasibility of industrial production? Jiang Chen asked. The cost of 3D printing was high and will waste a lot of materials and energy. The cost of producing a fighter through 3D printing was 3 times the cost of producing a fighter on a production line. Although NAC was rich, if the cutting-edge weapons continued to rely on 3D printing technology, Jiang Chen would still be pained by the money he would have to burn. It is difficult. The engine heat-resistant material is hard to produce with 6 streets industrial capability. Fang Weijie shook his head. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Hand the production information of some simple parts of the production process to the 6 streets military factory, outsource these parts as much as possible too. Thus, the cost should be much lower than 3D printing, but this will also shorten the production cycle. Do you think is it feasible?" Fang Wei pinched his chin and began to contemplate. Simple parts of the process. Strictly speaking, there is no one part of the production process that is simple. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. What I refer to as simple process is not what we know as easy to produce, but instead technological feasibility. Don't underestimate the innovation of the wasteland people. As long as we offer the right price, technologically feasible, maybe they could develop production processes at a lower cost. Fang Weijie was not exactly convinced by what Jiang Chen said. Since he came from the fallout shelter and was part of the elite level before the war, he didn't believe the hobo-dressed survivors had the capability to solve the production problem of the fighter parts. But due to the class difference, he didn't display his scorn to the survivors on the wasteland. Seeing Fan Weijie was silent, Jiang Chen could guess what he thought. But he only smiled without further discussing the problem. Fan Weijie was proud, but the proudness didn't come from arrogance, the proudness originates from his meticulousness to technical capability. Science and technology are two completely separate topics. The former dictates the growth of the latter determines the value of the former. To be able to survive on the cruel wasteland to this day, it already proved the innovation of the survivors. But you can't count on a bunch of refugees to do the work of technicians. Okay, if you insist. Let me think: screw, wings, seat cover, ejection seat, control panel shell. Around 60% of the basic parts are relatively easy to make. Fan Weijie sighed in defeat. Great. Jiang Chen nodded and pleasingly patted the scientist's shoulder. Make a detailed list of the parts and give it to Su Lu. The rest of the parts will still be produced by 3D printing. I understand. Fan Weijie nodded. They were only responsible for the development, building of the first prototype model, and providing blueprints and production specifications. As to the exact details of the production process, it would be the responsibility of the Fishbone Military Factory, not the worry of the scientists. Regarding the next research project, Jiang Chen paused and looked at Fan Weijie seriously. I hope you can develop an airship with long airtime, armor protection capability, and basic firepower. Airship? Armor protection capacity? Fan Weijie took a second to process this as his eyebrows furrowed. Built with steel. Is it difficult to achieve technically? Looking at Fan Weijie's troubled look, Jiang Chen asked. No, technically, it is not difficult to achieve, but... I have never heard of an airship before, Fan Weijie said wryly. His experience naturally had to be from before the war. Disregarding before the war, the airship with poor mobility and as a large target was eliminated as early as the beginning of World War II. Although the 22nd century technology could create a steel airship without much difficulty, this kind of weapons being cost-effective was something Fan Weijie was deeply skeptical about. So he euphemistically expressed that he had never heard of such weapons, hoping Jiang Chen would change his mind. It's okay, if there is none before the war, just create one with the pre-war technology from the beginning. However, Jiang Chen did not change his mind to build such an air fortress. The amount of steel, titanium, copper, and aluminum required would be an astronomical figure. From a cost-effective point of view, is this really meaningful? Fan Weijie questioned. Of course it is meaningful, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He gazed at the sky beyond the airport. It was clear, but further in the distance, it was covered by dark clouds. Fan Weijie followed Jiang Chen's sight, but he didn't understand Jiang Chen's intention. What is it? To spread our belief, our order, and our ideology to places beyond the horizon. Technology without limitation was dangerous. Its danger exceeded the danger posed by zombies and mutants. On the planet surrounded by radioactive dust, Jiang Chen had all the reason to believe that malformed seeds had sprouted not only in Wanghai. Mutated humans, cannibals, raiders, zombies, mutants, artificial intelligence without restriction. The root of the problem was that all these monsters were the result of technological exploration without restriction that led to mutated species. This had to be fixed. The Iron Fleet of NAC would eliminate all heresy. This slogan was printed on the gates of the 6th Street, observed by all businessmen entering and leaving the street. At the conclusion of large-scale mutant elimination warfare, the 6th Street became the place the survivors from the province of Suong and Pak territory longed most for. Merchants and travelers took NAC's story and flagged to distant places. This powerful and stable force was attempting to complete the feat the World Alliance organization never managed to complete: restore order. They can't do it. It's not because they don't have the ability, it's just that they lack the will to take responsibility and face reality. If you think about it from another perspective, are you more willing to face a world completely blown into chaos or go to a new world and start again? There isn't much difference between the two, it's just that the latter is easier for people to accept. In the general office at the 6th Street Council building, Jiang Chen knocked his cigarette against an ashtray and leaned back to chat with Zhao Chenwu, who was sitting across from him. Very unique perspective. Zhao Chenwu shrugged, took a sip of his tea and exclaimed, "Great tea. Speaking of which, did Mr. General invite me here just for a tea party?" "Of course not." Jiang Chen laughed. "You're the director of the council. I want to use you to send a message to the council." "What signal?" Zhao Chenwu put down the teacup and sat up straight. Wanhai's situation is gradually being stabilized. In the next while, NAC will not consider military action, so it will be a great opportunity to develop 6th Street. So the arms contract from NAC will decrease? Zhao Chenwu's reaction wasn't too enthusiastic since he already left the firearms business and sold the military factory to NAC half a year ago. "Of course, but this wasn't what I wanted to say." Jiang Chen paused. "I want you to use the influence you built when you conducted business outside of NAC territory to collect pre-war technical files, research equipment, and high-precision pieces of apparatus scattered outside of Wanhai. We'll acquire the recollected goods at a reasonable price. For most of the small to medium-sized survival groups, technology and equipment were worthless. Even if a village with 30-something people acquired the design blueprints for an electromagnetic pulse cannon, it would be impossible for them to actually produce a single cannon without 3D printing equipment or production tools. Many ignorant survivors even mixed precious literature and abandoned books together to use as winter fuel. They removed parts such as sensors and graphene circuit boards from the quantum computer and used them on self-controlled sentry guns. What Jiang Chen needed merchants across the wasteland to do was collect the precious goods mixed in with the garbage. It was best for merchants to do this since their movements wouldn't alarm local survivors and they could communicate with locals much more easily compared to NAC soldiers with guns. Of course. I'll inform my colleagues and keep an eye out when doing business outside the province. Do I need to inform council members too? A lot of 6th Street commerce chambers are doing business outside the province, the merchant fleets from Hang City for example, Zhao Chenwu asked. No need to inform them, the merchant fleets from Hang are outsiders. As for the smaller commerce chambers, there are too many of them to control effectively and that would just disrupt more than help. Jiang Chen shook his head. This task is extremely important. NAC needs this technology to rebuild the ruins, so I'm giving you the task. Thank you for your confidence in us, we won't disappoint you. Zhao Chenwu nodded, raised his head, and smiled. What exactly is this technology? Or, what kind of technology is NAC willing to pay such a high price for? The focus of merchants was always maximizing profits. The number of credits NAC was willing to pay directly correlated with the energy the merchants had for the technology recollection work. Jiang Chen knew this point too well. More advanced 3D printing equipment or related technical documents, commercial or experimental quantum computers, and any equipment and papers related to aerospace technology. This is the current focus of our collection. As for the other technologies, we'll offer a reasonable price based on their practical value. Jiang Chen smiled. Zhao Chenwu nodded. I understand. Is that all? There's one more thing. I heard that Zhao Corporation imported a batch of production drones from Wu City. Jiang Chen asked. That's right. It was the ant drone. Nothing can escape your eyes, Zhao Chenwu joked. What about them? Are they useful? They're great. They can be used to harvest crops, collect tree sap, and even replace simple streamline work. All in all, the drones are very interesting little equipment, Zhao Chenwu said. Followed the increase in average income at 6th Street, aside from slaves and refugees who were willing to perform farming and planting work, most survivors would rather collect garbage than do low-paying farm work. In order to alleviate the labor shortages, Zhao Chenwu purchased a batch of ant drones from Wu City to replace human labor. Could you provide a few samples for us? We'll pay, of course. No problem. They don't cost a lot to begin with, I can even gift you a few, Zhao Chenwu generously offered. If you successfully decipher their technology, remember to sell us some units. Thank you then. Jiang Chen smiled. On the other hand, what's the strength of the survivors in Wu City? The strength? How should I put it, the survivors south of Yangtze River are mainly farmers and Wu City is also similar. It's located in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River plains, so survivor groups are distributed around a fertile suburban soil. Perhaps because they inherited part of the pre-war production technology that in general, their mechanical manufacturing capacity is pretty good. They are similar to how Wanghai was 2 years ago. Local survivors are under constant disruptions from mutated humans and raiders, so their population density isn't high. Their economy mostly relies on the exports of bullet shell grain, karm tree sap, and mutated fruit. They occasionally pitch their handmade robots and drones to passing merchants. Is there a problem? No, I was just asking. Also, I have another task for you. Jiang Chen smiled. Oh. Zhao Chenwu looked at him. When you're doing business, remember to keep an eye out for information related to the local survivors. For example, their population, economic condition, military power, and force distribution. Didn't you say that NAC has no military operations on their agenda? That doesn't mean we only collect information when there is a military operation. Jiang Chen crossed his fingers and clasped them on his knee. In times of peace, we can conduct research on where we will have to fight. There were many tasks to do during times of peace. Not only did they need to research where to fight but they also needed to figure out how to develop conquered territories. The Project Garden of Eden was 50% complete, although the soil reformation plan was delayed by the snow, the main construction was still in process. Lin Lin seemed to have forgotten her sorrow and dedicated herself completely to the Garden of Eden. Sun Jiao had been addicted to MMORPGs and unfortunately, she couldn't play only by herself, so Sun Jiao occasionally played with her as well. Even Han Junhua got dragged into the game with the excuse, testing software, during her downtime. She could no longer be satisfied by the magical journey of Godly Land. She tried the newly developed shooting game to satisfy her need for variety. Yao Yao continued to refine her computer knowledge. During her engagement with the Supreme, she learned the extent of her weakness in the IT field. Although Jiang Chen thought finding weaknesses in IT against artificial intelligence was unreasonable, he took one look at Yao Yao's keen eyes and couldn't say anything to dampen her motivation. If you have time, help me research about intermediate artificial intelligence, Jiang Chen said. Intermediate artificial intelligence? Yao Yao tilted her head with a finger pressed against her lips. But aren't they the enemy of Big Brother? Jiang Chen rubbed her head. My enemy isn't artificial intelligence but rather artificial intelligence without restrictions. If you could invent a type of artificial intelligence that was safe and never betrayed humans, Yao Yao would have performed a great deed then. Although it was difficult, Yao Yao still nodded sternly. Aha! Yao Yao will work hard. Jiang Chen kissed her glowing forehead and rubbed her now blushing little head before he left the room. Just before Jiang Chen returned to the modern world, good news came from Fallout Shelter 027 again. The optical illusion module and Gauss rifle confiscated by the Dusk had been successfully reverse-engineered. 20 carbon nano-armors installed with the optical illusion module were transported to Fishbone Base. 10 were assigned to the Hunter Division by Jiang Chen, and he planned to take the rest to the modern world to equip his ghost agents. The equipment name was Stealth Armor. The carbon nano-armor's appearance looked like a black, full-body suit formed by mesh octagon shapes. The materials used were both sturdy and soft, and the critically important optical illusion function could make the user become an actual ghost. Other than that, Fallout Shelter 027 used 3D printing to create a prototype of the Gauss rifle as well as 100 rounds of electromagnetic pulse bullets designed for the rifle. The rifle had high penetrative power with relatively weak recoil, but a downside was that the cost of ammunition was much higher than normal rifle bullets. The technical difficulties of the Gauss rifle were mostly related to the electromagnetic rail material and high-energy capacitors. Fallout Shelter 027 had absorbed the technology in the area, and now the Institute of Firearms had the capability to design similar electromagnetic weapons independently, such as the Gauss sniper rifle. When Jiang Chen returned to the modern world, he managed to find Aisha in the kitchen and handed her a carbon nano armor that fit her body well. Aisha looked at the pitch-black full-body suit and weighed the soft material before a puzzled expression appeared on her face. "Are you sure this black thing can really be stealthy? Not only that, it's also bulletproof. Don't just judge it based on the appearance." Aisha nodded, unbuttoned her shirt, and began to strip. "Wait, are you planning to change into it now?" Jiang Chen quickly stopped her and felt exasperated. It was weird to change in the kitchen. "Do I not need to try it?" With her fingers on her collar buttons, Aisha turned around. "Aha. Okay, let's try it on then." Fu*K, I've seen her so many times, why am I feeling so shy? Jiang Chen mocked himself and raised his hand to cough to disguise his awkwardness while he began to appreciate the scene before him. With the slightly shy look on Jiang Chen's face, Aisha's mouth curved into a pleased smile. At the same time, her delicate fingers undid the buttons in front of her chest. Aisha's actions were quick. It took less than half a minute before she zipped up her collar and put on the entire pitch-black suit. The soft carbon nano material fitted her body perfectly and drew out her blossoming curves. She moved around with a confused expression gradually surfacing on her face. She hesitated for a second, grabbed a sharp knife from the kitchen counter, and swung at her own left arm. Not even a cut. Her confusion changed into shock. Although carbon nano has the ability to protect against bullets and blades, it's best not to use it as a kinetic skeleton. Since defense isn't its strong suit, multiple bullets could result in the carbon structure being destroyed, which would weaken its bulletproof functionality. "This thing is hard to repair if damaged," Jiang Chen warned her. The more advanced the technology, the more sophisticated it was. If the armor took excessive damage, the optical illusion could malfunction. Aisha nodded, put the knife back onto the counter, spun around, and examined her clothes. "Does it look good?" "Of course it looks good. Is that what you care about?" Jiang Chen facepalmed. "No. I just think it's a bit embarrassing to go outside wearing this," Aisha said shyly. "Try the button around the collar." Jiang Chen smiled. Aisha raised her hand to reach for her collar. As she searched along the edge, she found a grain-sized button. She hesitantly pressed the button before she shockingly discovered it made blue electric arcs jump and her body began to fade until she completely became transparent. She raised both her hands as she looked at her invisible hands in astonishment. What's going on?" Jiang Chen was impressed by the fact Aisha actually disappeared. He nodded in amazement. "Aha. Not bad. This is my first time seeing the stealth functionality. Looks like this thing really lived up to its name. The battery insert is on the left arm, you should be able to feel a concave button. While the optical illusion is activated, your heat source information will also be disguised. But you have to be careful when you use it. If it's hit by a bullet directly, it could cause the optical illusion to temporarily malfunction. Although it was a stealth suit, it wasn't completely transparent. When Aisha swung her arms or moved with large motions, the curves of her body would appear faintly. But when standing still or walking slowly, she couldn't be detected at all with the naked eye. But in this state, how do you use a weapon? Aisha pressed the button around her collar again and ended stealth mode. She looked at her hands. Jiang Chen then took out a rifle cover from the storage dimension, passed it to Aisha and smiled. "You don't have to worry about the weapon since if there's equipment that allows people to be stealthy, naturally there will be equipment designed specifically for weapons. The rifle cover can connect to the back of the carbon nano armor. When the optical illusion is active, the weapon, clip and dagger connected to the rifle cover will also turn invisible. Of course, you must be wary when shooting and changing the clip. The parts that leave the rifle cover and the sparks at the muzzle can expose your location. Because of this, while in the optical illusion state, it was best to use weapons that didn't create sparks when firing, like the Gauss rifle. Aisha attached the rifle cover to her body and took the Ghost sniper rifle and Type 11 pistol from Jiang Chen. She connected the weapons to the rifle cover and started the optical illusion again. The weapon and her body disappeared simultaneously. This is too magical. Aisha ended the optical illusion state and returned the weapons to Jiang Chen as she exclaimed. "What do you think? Are you pleased with the new clothes now?" Aisha nodded with her face blushing. With this equipment, the combat ability of the ghost agents would increase substantially, and she could better protect Jiang Chen. Chapter 528 Bullet Time. Jiang Chen transferred the other 9 invisible suits to Aisha and let her equip 9 of the most reliable ghost agents on field duty. With this equipment, the combat and survival abilities of the agents would increase by another level. After having lunch with Aisha, Jiang Chen once again returned to New Moon Island and set up 6 new Phantom helmet production lines in the factory. After 3 months of continuous production, the workers were now more skillful. Not only did the product quality rate increase by 50%, but their production speed also doubled. The basic salary Jiang Chen provided them was $5,000. With each team working as a functional unit, after they hit the day's production targets, they would receive a bonus for every additional helmet they produced. With the incentive of money, all the workers worked meticulously during their shifts. There were over 50 million Phantom units currently in storage. With the addition of the 6 production lines, the monthly production rate of the helmet could reach 20 million units. The 20 million helmet target set before the official release had long been met. When the helmet was officially released in the latter half of December, they would easily have a supply of over 70 million units. The manager in charge of production was called Lu Songrong. While the engineering robots installed the new production lines under the watch of celestial trade soldiers, he cheerfully reported to Jiang Chen on his work. Manager Lu was quite an interesting person, as he was one of the rare university graduates in Xin who studied abroad. 5 years ago, he studied human resources at the University of Auckland and could be considered an alumnus to the current president, Zhang Yapen. After graduation, he inherited his father's sugarcane field but soon lost the land after the 3-party agreement with the Wang family, Johnny, and President Edward. He went from being a landlord to a fisherman overnight. After President Zhang Yapen was sworn in, Celestial Trade entered Xin. Lu Songrong took the opportunity to sell his fishing boat and signed up for the force. Of course, he clearly wasn't meant to be a soldier and was thus sent to logistical services. Based on his excellent work performance, great relationship building skills, adherence to moral codes, ability to keep his mouth shut, and meticulous work, he was able to climb to where he was now as the manager at the Phantom helmet plant. When Jiang Chen asked him questions regarding security, Lu Songrong laughed and pumped his chest. "Boss, don't worry, there has never been a security incident in my time here. During the change of shifts while entering the plant, everyone must go through security with me personally responsible for it. They won't take even a single screw out of the plant. Any person suspected of sneaking products out will be sent to the security department. Once confirmed, they would be dismissed immediately. The security department is just a post with celestial trade soldiers stationed there. The workers sent to the security department won't receive any inhumane treatment, they will just be injected with the truth-telling liquid by the nurse. Once they are confirmed as business spies, they will be courteously sent out of New Moon Island. Not only would they end their high-paying job, but their employee housing would be confiscated. Based on the severity of the situation, Celestial Trade reserves the right to sue and prosecute them. After December, the Danish DHL's vessel will transport the helmet stored here. I need you to produce at least 80 million units by end of the month. Can you do it? I promise I'll finish the work. Lu Rongsong raised his chest and promised. Considering how energetic manager Lu was, Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder with encouragement. Keep up the good work, the helmet you produce in excess will your bonus. Lu Songrong was ecstatic as he immediately expressed his gratitude. Thanks, boss. Jiang Chen laughed and made him go back to supervising production. Then he took a ride along the dam to return to New Moon Island and inquired about the training with Ivan. The 100 soldiers and 20 pilots operating the power armor were selected. Ivan previously thought the selection process would be simple, but it took over a week and ended up requiring them to work with the new recruitment site and cooperating hospitals to conduct physical examinations for at least 4,000 people before he finally managed to select the 20 pilots. Vision, height, weight, reaction, perception, disease history, and physical coordination were simple, but the last one was confusing. Candidates who passed all previous tests must get their blood tested, then a drop of DNA screening indicator would be mixed with the blood. Only when the indicator turned blue could the candidate be considered to pass the last physical examination item. The weird physical examination item eliminated 95% of the candidates who otherwise qualified. Ivan previously thought Jiang Chen was making a mistake, but he ended up realizing that wasn't the case. Some people's blood reacted to the indicators. With Ivan leading the way, Jiang Chen met the 20 lucky people on the training grounds. 10 of them were current celestial trade soldiers. From their standing posture, it was easy to see their soldier training. As for the other 10 soldiers, while they were certainly fit, they must be new recruits who only joined a few days ago, judging by their awkward posture. Jiang Chen scanned the 20 pilots in front of him and saw excitement and confusion in the 20 pairs of eyes. They clearly didn't expect the big boss of celestial trade would meet them personally. Jiang Chen cleared his throat. First, I want to congratulate you on passing the pilot candidate selection. You will receive 3 months of training, then become part of Celestial Trade's Air Force. You already possess a salary and benefits enviable by all. I hope in your future military career, you can use your loyalty and courage to repay the generosity of our company. I know you must have a lot of questions in your mind. For example, why are there only runways and not a single plane in sight? What was the weird physical examination item that ended up eliminating over 1,000 qualified candidates? The first question is easy to answer: the planes are on another island. Once you pass the pilot training in the virtual reality training chamber, you'll be the ones who fly the planes back. The latter question is a bit harder to explain. In simple terms, after being injected with the E-grade genetic vaccine provided by Celestial Trade, you'll receive the ability to have enhanced senses. Looking at their confusion, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then continued. In even simpler terms, it's bullet time. When they heard Jiang Chen's words, everyone including Ivan all looked puzzled. The veteran soldiers were surprised, but their reaction was rather calm. The 10 new recruits were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by their reactions at all. The soldiers of Celestial Trade were all injected with the genetic vaccine, but there wasn't a single person who unlocked their hidden genetic code. It was partially because Xian didn't conduct any military operations to external forces and partially due to the advanced nature of the soldiers' weapons. With the protection of the kinetic skeletons and carbon nano-bulletproof suits, the soldiers won't be in any danger. The main criterion for unlocking the hidden genetic code was to be on the brink of death to stimulate the true potential of the human body. Genetic vaccines were only a key, and twisting the key required the effort of the individual. What was worth mentioning was that the process couldn't be achieved through virtual reality, or else Aisha would have unlocked, cold-blooded, a long time ago, and Jiang Chen would have unlocked the 3rd level hidden genetic code. It was rumored that the 3rd level was the last level. But as a leader, he didn't have any opportunities to sink enemies himself, so it would be hard for him to unlock the 3rd level. Of course, there were tricks to this. Quite funnily, rides in amusement parks could all achieve it. The high-speed rotation of the Ferris wheel or the rapid fall of a dive, as long as a little transformation occurred, it could simulate the feeling of wandering on the edge of life and death. For example, creating a high-speed rotating chair that could break through 10 g in speed wouldn't only train the pilot's ability to withstand pressure, but it could also allow trainees to experience the illusion of near death. An ill-intentioned smile surfaced on Jiang Chen's face as he looked at the completely lost pilots. They would have fun in the next 3 months. After Jiang Chen met the pilots, he toured the military base at New Moon Island and met all the officials accompanying Ivan. Because the Netherlands BMA Construction Company's representative in XIN suddenly called, Jiang Chen returned to Coral Island. The 10 billion project was near completion. Once the messy scaffolds were removed and the anchored construction boats left, the beautiful island would display its perfect combination of advanced technology and natural beauty to the world like the concept art displayed. Just like last time, BMA provided the highest level of greeting to Jiang Chen. They sent the general manager of their Europe division, Hannah, to complete the project. After the last 2 phases of the project contracts were paid off, next would be the ceremony. Once Zhang Yapin signed a few policy documents in support of the tourism industry, tourists would come in, waving their cash. As early as half a year ago, Future Technology used all its channels to hype up the tourism industry in Panu Islands. The titles, The Maldives on the Pacific, and The South Asian Hawaii, set the expectations high for the islands. As long as the islands weren't too terrible, Jiang Chen could easily count on cash from the tourism industry. When he returned to the mansion, Jiang Chen discovered that Hannah was waiting at the door. But what surprised him was that Natasha was there too. The 2 ladies were chatting together. When Hannah saw Jiang Chen, she ended the conversation with Natasha and shook Jiang Chen's hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Chen, I'm happy to see you again." "Me too, Ms. Cavilion. Please come in." Jiang Chen invited her in as he opened the door with the digital key. Hannah nodded and went into the gate. Jiang Chen stood at the gate and looked at Natasha. The tall girl played with the blonde hair beside her ear and watched him with a grin. "Are you not going to invite me in?" Jiang Chen didn't know what she wanted, but he sighed and also invited her in. "Please come in." When they entered the room, Natasha didn't disturb Jiang Chen's talk with BMA. She took out a bottle of champagne from the fridge as if it was her home and disappeared for a while. Jiang Chen didn't bother with her as the entire mansion was under the surveillance of cameras. With Natasha's intelligence, she would know this well. Hannah sat in the living room with Jiang Chen and presented him a plan for the construction completion ceremony, the explanation of each infrastructure, quality assurance certification, as well as photos of the completed construction project. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased with the work BMA delivered. As for the stacks of certification documents, Jiang Chen only scanned through them roughly. There were supervisors he trusted who continued to monitor the construction, so he wasn't worried about work falling below quality standards. With BMA's reputation, they wouldn't do anything that would tarnish their own name. If there were serious construction quality problems, the lawsuit of the 8.7 billion contract would make them bankrupt. After he signed the transfer of 4.7 billion in remaining fees, Jiang Chen sent Ms. Hannah to the door and warmly expressed that if there were future projects, he would definitely contact them. After he sent away the representative from BMA, Jiang Chen returned to the mansion and began to search for the Russian girl who disappeared not long after she came in. Jiang Chen previously thought she went to the 3rd-floor pool or dining room since she brought a bottle of champagne with her. But to Jiang Chen's surprise, he didn't manage to find her on the 3rd floor. Instead, she was in the 1st-floor gym, leaning against the chair and wearing the phantom on her head. Champagne was on the wooden floor beside her with the cap still unopened. She probably discovered the helmet in the gym when she strolled by and changed her mind. She certainly made herself feel at home. Jiang Chen scoffed as he looked at the flickering green indicator light on the helmet. Internal beta tests had already started and future technology's immersive virtual reality technology was no longer a secret. It was fine if she played for a while. The real secrets he had to keep were the smart medical chamber and virtual reality training chamber in the basement. But speaking of this, Natasha was completely unguarded. The massive softness was about to burst out from her t-shirt as the shirt revealed her attractive torso and seductive vest line. Jiang Chen stopped staring at Natasha for a while. He then subconsciously gulped and went to wake her up. But just as he stepped beside her, the green indicator light changed to red. After a brief flickering, Natasha sat up and took off her helmet. She tossed her blonde hair and noticed Jiang Chen, who was standing next to her as a teasing curvature appeared on her mouth. "Oh, what were you planning to do to me?" "Planning to wake you up," Jiang Chen said without hesitation. "Is that so?" Natasha's long legs stepped down and she stood on the wooden floor in the gym barefooted. "An astonishing experience. I don't understand how you're always the first to invent such amazing technology." As she put on her sandals, Natasha raised her head and checked him out a few times with curiosity. "This is my business secret." Jiang Chen smiled and returned the curious glance. "Is it?" Natasha said uninterestedly. It was clear that Jiang Chen's response didn't please her. The net cafe for virtual reality is now in Moscow. Of course, there are stores in Xi'an. I know you're not here just to experience Phantom. Jiang Chen neglected the desire flickering in Natasha's eyes and redirected to the topic at hand. Seeing Jiang Chen turn serious, Natasha also put on a stern expression and cleared her throat. "That's right. I'm here today for two things. Is there a quality issue with nutrient supply?" Jiang Chen joked. "No, the effect of nutrient supply is stunning, whether it's the preservation period or hunger satisfaction. The National Defense Department wants to increase the number of orders. Of course, I'm not here to talk to you about this today. Do you still remember Willy Society?" "Of course. When he was in Vite, Aisha killed one of their snipers. That was his first encounter with the Willy Society. Then their agent made their way into celestial trade and successfully escaped. Then Jiang Chen provided the personal information of the spy and documents cracked by CLA to the KGB. He had been wondering if they caught him yet. Willy Society was connected to the Nazis and the Golden Apple. Because of geographical and political reasons, they received tolerance and even support from NATO. That was all Jiang Chen knew about them. "Do you remember the information you provided us about that spy?" "Of course. What about the spy?" "We caught the person 2 months ago," Natasha said. "So?" Natasha took a deep breath, got closer, and whispered into Jiang Chen's ear. "Half a month ago, the terrorist attack in Frankfurt had their shadows involved." When Jiang Chen heard Natasha's words, he wasn't surprised at all. From Frankfurt Deputy Prime Minister Evelyn, he already knew this information. Natasha's words only confirmed the validity of the information. "Based on the intelligence we gathered, the weapon they obtained in this attack originated from the Balkans, provided by a Slavic arms dealer. And the arms dealer is connected with the Rothschild family." Natasha moved away, stared into his eyes, and spoke slowly but deeply. "I heard you have a close relationship with the Rothschild family. Just in business dealings." "That's what we thought. Based on the information we acquired, they sent out an agent to approach you. If you have a close relationship, they wouldn't have this lack of trust. But speaking of that, you allowed that woman to get into your bed?" Natasha's fingers tapped Jiang Chen's shoulder and adjusted his collar. There seemed to be a layer of meaning mixed between her words. He didn't know if it was jealousy or mockery. "I drank a bit much that day. Also, I acquired information from her mouth." Jiang Chen awkwardly looked away. Indeed, if he was sober, he never would have done something this reckless. Perhaps. For example. Natasha looked at Jiang Chen, quite intrigued. For example, the Golden Apple. When Jiang Chen spoke, he carefully observed Natasha's pupils. They seemed to be searching for something called the golden apple. When we were doing a certain exercise, she asked me the color of the golden apple. What color is it? It's not gold. Jiang Chen shrugged. When Natasha heard Jiang Chen's words, her eyebrows furrowed and she looked down. I provided the information to you. In return, I want you to clarify for me, what exactly is that thing called the golden apple? Jiang Chen zoomed into Natasha's eyes and he used a serious tone. Sorry, based on my level, I only know a bit, Natasha said. You're lying. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. I'm protecting you. You won't gain anything if you know what it is. Even the KGB doesn't have a solid understanding if that thing really exists. Natasha sighed. To be honest, it felt suffocating to lie with his eyes open. 1. Jiang Chen really wanted to tell her that the thing really existed, but the functionality wasn't as good as you thought. It could only receive information at a certain time from a time point in the future through a special communication channel. And right now, he brought the mimicked communication channel to the apocalypse. It was currently sitting in the corner of Lin's lab. But he obviously couldn't do that. Although he didn't think Russia would be able to do anything, to avoid unnecessary trouble, that secret was better eternally sunken in the bottom of the ocean. Okay, if you insist on keeping it confidential. Jiang Chen sighed with defeat and ended the topic. I hope you won't misinterpret anything. Natasha looked away, paused, and spoke again, returning to the topic. The Willy Society orchestrated the terrorist attack and used refugees' bodies to fake the identity of the gunman. Not only in Frankfurt, but all of Europe is a mess because of the refugee situation. When did Russia become the world police? Jiang Chen joked. This has nothing to do with the world police. Do you know the beneficiary of this terrorist attack? Natasha stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. From Natasha's eyes as well as what he saw in BR, Jiang Chen already had the answer in mind, but he still chose to ask. Who? The Rothschilds. Natasha gave the answer Jiang Chen expected. The Frankfurt New Party, Austria right-wing party, as well as Fran. They have been betting on the right-wing parties at the start of last year when the refugee problem began to escalate. They are continuously using the media to bring attention to the refugee situation and ignited the fuse at BR half a month ago. What do they want to do? Jiang Chen asked. Regardless of what they want to do, they're extremely dangerous. Also, not only us, but CIB is also investigating the dog on their leash as well as the financial monster known as the Rothschilds hidden in the public's eyes. If you don't want to be part of the gamble, it's best for you to steer clear, Natasha said with seriousness. Jiang Chen met Natasha's solemn expression, gave it a thought, and spoke quietly when he raised his head. I'll remember your words. A pleased curvature appeared on Natasha's mouth when she heard Jiang Chen's reply. This was the first order of business. What about the second? The second order of business. The 2 Guardian vessels and 2 Kilo-class submarines are prepared along with the Navy Marines you sent. If all goes smoothly, they should dock at Coral Islands Harbor by the middle of the month. If you have the deep water harbor suitable for vessels to dock. Don't worry, once they enter Xian's water, our people will guide the vessels to the harbor. Jiang Chen smiled. The construction robots he deployed at Coconut Island had already constructed the military-use deep-water harbor with 6 docking spots. 2 of them would be used to dock the Guardian vessels and 2 would be used to dock the Kilo-class submarines. In that harbor, the construction robots would complete the transformation of the vessels, for example, change the 100mm A-190 cannon in front to an electromagnetic pulse cannon. As for the 2 Kilo-class submarines, Droplet 1 would complete the improvement work. I'm here today for these 2 things. After we've finished talking business, are you not going to have a drink with me? Natasha smiled. No problem, champagne and whiskey are all in the fridge. Of course, because I have a construction completion ceremony to attend in the afternoon, I won't be joining you. Lame. Where did the girl who always follows you go? Just as Natasha's words faded, she heard Aisha's voice from behind. Here. Natasha turned around with shock and looked at the girl who was sitting in the chair Natasha was just sitting in. She didn't notice when the girl moved behind her at all. And with the clothes on her, her appearance was certainly. Your clothes. Natasha checked out her pure black attire. Aisha didn't respond and continued to look at her without any expression. But Jiang Chen still noticed a curvature appearing on her mouth when she saw the shocked Natasha. It's just a full-body suit with a unique appearance. Jiang Chen smiled. Even a KGB agent couldn't detect a ghost agent with optical illusion activated. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased with the actual ability of the stealth suit. Of course, it also had to do with Aisha's superb stealth abilities. Optical illusion would only disguise the figure, while the sounds of walking, breathing, and turbulence created by moving wouldn't disappear. Because of Aisha's sudden appearance, Natasha lost the mood to tease Jiang Chen. She took 2 bottles of whiskey from the fridge in the kitchen before she left. She still didn't understand how Aisha managed to do it. When Natasha left, Aisha took off the carbon nano suit and changed into normal clothes. Did you distribute the stealth suits yet? Aha. They're all reliable people. Aisha nodded. I trust your judgment. Jiang Chen stood at the window to watch a car leave his garden with a smile. A heartfelt smile appeared on Aisha's mouth. To her, there was nothing happier than receiving recognition from Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she pulled on Jiang Chen's sleeve as if she remembered something. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at her. The ghost agents found a traitor. Who? Jiang Chen's pupils contracted as his eyes narrowed. Not part of the force. Aisha hesitated for a moment before she spoke again, the significant other of Future Mining's manager. Based on investigations, she provided Future Mining's information to foreigners. Her name is Su Fei. 1. Lie with eyes open. In a hotel on Coral Island, there was heavy breathing followed by a high-pitched moan inside a room. She lied against the muscular chest and reminisced about the great pleasure of life. The lips with bright lipstick respite for a while before she finally recollected her breath. Am I good? The cute-looking man grinned. Too good. Where is the thing? Su Fei rolled her eyes at the man and unwillingly twisted her hips. It's in the bag. Why are you rushing? It is not going to fly away. The man with the perfect smile hugged her around the waist and courteously put Su Fei on the bed, and then he lifted the sheet and sat beside the bed. From the side, his body looked muscular and fit. The handsome face was even comparable to some Korean celebrities. Of course, the most critical part was the length, unlike most Asians. It was the part that intoxicated Su Fei the most. This is for our future life, honey. The man used sweet words to woo her and then walked to the table. Su Fei used the sheet to cover her body, her face beginning to blush. 2 months ago, they met on Weibo. Li Jinyan said he is a project manager at a food processing company in UA. Because of work requirements, he was sent to Xin to conduct market research. When he saw the photos posted by Su Fei on Weibo and private messaged her asking her to be his guide for this strange country. Li Jinyan's presence reignited the fantasy in Su Fei's heart, soothed the dried soil in her heart, and gave her the romance and longing Yang Yuan couldn't give her. As well as the pleasure. First, Su Fei had a revenge mentality where Yang Yuan didn't satisfy her desire to live in a big city and would constantly set her aside for work as she half-willingly accepted Li Jinyan's pursuit. Then days later, she had completely fallen for his candy-wrapped shell, and became his captive. He promised her that he would take her to UA and gave her the life she wanted. When Su Fei accepted his proposal, he then mentioned that the negotiation with Future Mining is in a stalemate and they were unable to move forward. He hoped Su Fei could help him out and said that if the negotiation could be completed as soon as possible, they could fly back to UA and get married at the earliest date. Is this Future Mining's deepwater mining technology blueprints? Li Jinyan took out a USB from her bag and played with it intriguingly. Su Fei got off the bed in only her underwear. She walked toward the man, and hugged him from behind. Electronic version. Although he deleted the confidential part, he must have never thought deleted documents could be recovered. Li Jinyan raised his eyebrows and wrapped his arm around her waist like a gentleman. Oh. I didn't know Miss Su is a computer expert. Don't be so surprised, at least I learned something in university. Su Fei bit her lips and enjoyed the warmth between his arms. She studied computer science at Wanhai University. While she was not a computer expert, she could do basic data recovery. It was just that she didn't know that this would be the opportunity where she could demonstrate her skill. Is that so? Please excuse me for underestimating you. Since if a lady is too beautiful, her beauty will cover her talent. Li Jinyan put the USB next to his phone and affectionately spoke into her ear. Su Fei's beauty could only be described as above average, and Su Fei even knew herself. But no woman would dislike being praised for her beauty, especially by a handsome man. Screw you. Do you want more? Aha. She half-willingly half-resistingly fell onto the bed. Just as there was an intense battle happening in bed, the two people in the room didn't realize the USB was secretively switched. Li Jinyan left the hotel first. Before he left a stash of cash on the table for her to buy a few more clothes. Although Su Fei didn't choose him because of money, women never disliked men being generous with them. As long as the method was right. Su Fei didn't leave immediately. She savored the pleasure on the bed before she finally got off the soft bed. Based on his suggestion, it was best if they left the hotel at separate times. She took a shower in the bathroom, reapplied her makeup, and sprayed perfume on herself. After confirming there was no flaw, she picked up the bag while cautiously leaving the room. Before she returned home, she had to visit an ATM nearby. Right when the door closed, ripples faded on the chair directly facing the bed with the figure of a black-haired girl gradually appearing. Zhu Yu, the Yue Han from Michigan State. Because of her quiet personality, acute observation, and outstanding training result, Aisha particularly favored her as she was named the executor of ghost agents. She was responsible for anti-agent surveillance work in Xi'an. A few weeks ago, there was a suspicion that information was leaked from Future Mining with the ghost agents intervening to investigate. Just in 3 days of time, they gathered a list of suspects before determining the person that leaked the information. Optical illusion had high battery consumption in motion, but in a still state, optical illusion could be maintained for a long time. Zhu Yu raised her left hand to check the hologram screen before she let out a relieved breath at the 10% battery remaining. For a girl that never experienced sex, the 2 hours of live porn was too exciting for her. The ghost agent's primary method to conduct work relied on high technology and not beauty, so they didn't receive any training in that area. She took off the USB from her tactical vest, then took the card of a hotel worker and inserted into the card slot, and walked to the computer inside the room. She began to read the files on the USB that she had switched. There was only one file inside. It was the electronic document Jiang Chen sent to the manager of Future Mining, Yang Yuan. Zhu Yu removed the USB after she cleaned the read history with professional technology. She pressed her collar and connected it to her superior and also her trainer Aisha. Target confirmed. The person that leaked the document is Su Fei, the girlfriend of Future Mining's executive Yang Yuan. The target document has been switched. Excellent. Maintain surveillance, make sure you don't alert them. It is probably only a small rat that surfaced. I want to know the perpetrator. What shocked Zhu Yu was that Jiang Chen was the one that responded in the communication channel. But there was no inherent difference since the ghost agents were a special force directly serving Jiang Chen and Aisha, as the captain was the same as the director of national security of Xian. Roger, Zhu Yu replied. When the communication ended, she opened the battery slot on her left arm and replaced the battery. Then she opened the hologram screen, and in the screen marked the map of Xian. The two red dots separating were the coordinates of Su Fei and Li Jinyan, identified as spies. Li Jinyan would have never thought that the USB contained a micro-location marker and was currently sending his coordinates at a frequency of 5 times a second. Zhu Yu took out the card of the hotel worker and headed out of the door. When the communication ended, Jiang Chen's expression was perplexed. Just moments ago, the ghost agent at the hotel used the tactical recorder to send videos of the hotel. He didn't know how to describe the feeling of watching the live stream of his friend's girlfriend with another man. Self-blame? Not necessarily, since he only knew recently about Su Fei cheating. When the two first met each other, Xian's intelligence department had yet to form. Angry? A little bit. Aisha gently squeezed Jiang Chen's hand, as she seemed to have guessed what was on Jiang Chen's mind as she simply looked at Jiang Chen. Aisha, do you think I should tell Yang Yuan, or should I take care of this without him knowing? Jiang Chen asked in a quiet voice while closing the tablet. It was easy for him to take care of this without Yang Yuan knowing. He could take out the spy and then create a traffic accident to also get rid of Su Fei. Aisha held on to Jiang Chen's hand and replied to his question with tenderness and determination in her eyes. Jiang Chen looked back into the bright pupils and rubbed her head. Aha, I know. If it was Aisha, there would only be one answer from her. Even if what he did may not be correct, in her mind, he will always be correct. After lunch, Jiang Chen arrived at the construction ceremony site of BMA. The manager responsible for this project from Future Group was Wei Yun, and previously a professional manager for hire before being headhunted by Jiang Chen. He previously had experience in tourism projects and was certainly a qualified talent. When Jiang Chen arrived at the destination, he was waiting at the door. When he saw Jiang Chen, Wei Yun in a suit standing straight immediately came to greet him with a smile and then guided the boss to the location of the ceremony. The wave-shaped building was half submerged in the ocean. BMA's architects cleverly used modern building techniques to mesh natural beauty with reinforced concrete. The U-shaped coastal area included a beach for leisure and a port to dock boats. The entire area combined restaurants, hotels, and shopping together with the sole purpose of providing all tourists with the best experience possible. The name was the Heart of the Sea. The meaning was the brightest gem in the entire Pacific. The entire building had a total bill of $600 million, the price even exceeded the world-renowned bird nest. It was the most expensive landmark building in the entire project and the face of Panu Island's tourism industry. Including Sheraton, there is a total of 9 world-renowned 5-stars hotel that signed the lease agreement totaling 8,000 square meters in hotel area at the Heart of the Sea. The leased area will be renovated to their hotel's brand. The lease is $5,000 per square meters with a total of $40 million in lease payment due each year. In the shopping and restaurant areas, we have received 8,501 applications with 6,510 coming from international bidders. Out of the 450,000 square meters total area, 250,000 has been leased out. Based on the $3,000 per square meter of lease payments, earnings are expected to reach $750 million. After the cost of electricity, labor, maintenance, if the projection is accurate, the Heart of the Sea will produce at least $200 million in profits for us. Based on the benchmark, using the international markets, the lease was not expensive. The consideration was partially due to Xian's tourism industry being in its infancy, as the companies that invest here must also bear a high degree of risk. If the rent were too expensive, it would be unattractive for international food, service, and retail companies to invest. If only a few stores exist in the massive the Heart of the Sea, the tourists' experience without a doubt will decrease. And the tourists' experience and reputation would determine future traffic of the Heart of Sea. And what will dictate the price of the lease of the remaining 200,000 retail area was precisely the traffic. Although the annual profit of the Heart of the Sea was only projected at 200 million a year, Wei Yun had full confidence that the number could increase 10 times in 5 years. As they walked to the location of the ceremony, Wei Yun reported to Jiang Chen Future Tourism's current operations. While Jiang Chen had to respond to his report, he still had to deal with the cameras facing him. Wei Yun paused and then replied wryly. Of course, it is just that it is hard to see you. He had been working in future tourism for a few months now, but the number of times he saw the president could be counted with his one hand. Normally speaking, it was Future Technology CEO and Future Group's Secretary Xia Shiyu executing the responsibilities of the president, with work being coordinated through work conferences. Although it was odd for the secretary to do the work of CEO, when Wei Yun thought that Future Group is not public and there are only 2 shareholders in the entire group, it didn't seem too out of place. There was also a story worth mentioning. At the start, Wei Yun looked at Xia Shiyu with judgment, as he always thought the CEO climbed to her position with alternative methods. It was not that a female CEO was uncommon in international companies, but usually, they were middle-aged or even elder women. But Xia Shiyu was not only young and pretty, she looked like she just graduated from university a few years ago. After a period of working together, he started to stop looking down on her ability. The ability she demonstrated in her work was indeed worth her position. As to her age, he could only use the word genius to describe that. When Jiang Chen walked to the front door of the Heart of the Sea, he saw Hannah, who was being interviewed by reporters, as well as the chief designer of BMA Willison. When Willison saw Jiang Chen, his eyes lit up and immediately shooed away the media around him and welcomed him with open arms. "Ha, our protagonist is here. Welcome. Mr. Jiang Chen. Mr. Willison, nice to meet you." Jiang Chen shook Willison's hand with a smile and shook it firmly. Surrounded by cameras and representing Future Group, Jiang Chen was to deliver a speech celebrating the success of the construction. Then BMA's Hannah and Willison, as well as Future Tourism Wei Yun, all provided their speech. In the end, with the guidance from the master of ceremony, Jiang Chen with a gold-gilded scissor cut the ribbon tied to the door. With thunderous applause, Jiang Chen and Hannah announced the completion of the Heart of the Sea, as well as the completion of the $10 billion megaproject. "This will be my proudest work. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make it into a reality." At the party after the ceremony, Willison with champagne walked to Jiang Chen and told him sincerely. To Future Tourism and even XIN, the significance of the Heart of the Sea that will be printed in the tourism didn't need to be mentioned. To BMA and Willison himself, it was something worth celebrating, as they were part of this project. "Ha, it is you that made the masterpiece into a reality." Jiang Chen toasted with him with a smile. At the latter half of the party, President Zhang, who just finished a conference with the neighboring New Guinea, arrived and provided congratulatory remarks to Future Tourism in front of the media. He then praised Future Group's outstanding contribution to providing 24,000 jobs in XIN. What's the highest level of monopoly? In the country that will never introduce an anti-monopoly law, Jiang Chen felt like he had achieved the ultimate state. 2/3 of the country's labor force worked directly or indirectly for him. The military, the intelligence services, and even government officials all serve his company. While he was having a drink with the smiling Zhang Yapin, Jiang Chen randomly reached this odd conclusion. The more advanced, the easier it is to achieve dictatorship. As the ceremony was underway, a hidden intelligence trade was taking place in a creamery on Koro Island. A Caucasian woman, wearing a pair of sunglasses and a straw hat, in a tourist outfit, sat at the window of the creamery while constantly checking her watch. When the hour hand struck 3, a taxi stopped in front of the creamery. Li Jinyan, who got off the taxi, sat across from her and ordered a strawberry smoothie from the server. Li Jinyan took the strawberry smoothie and displayed a charming smile to the woman who sat across from him. Do you know why I ordered a strawberry smoothie? Why? Because it reminds me of you. Where is the thing? It's in the bag. You are as cold as always. Li Jinyan shrugged and pushed the USB inside a ring box in front of her. Oh. You made love with that girl for 2 hours, and you still have the energy to think about that? The woman raised her eyebrows and scoffed. It is not too difficult to get in bed with that girl. I like challenging and difficult work, Li Jinyan said heartlessly. This first sentence doesn't work on me, but the second sentence is okay. I like men who are direct. If you come back alive, perhaps I will consider rewarding you. The woman bit her seductive red lips. Ha, then I'm looking forward to it. Go back, wash up, and wait for me. Li Jinyan joked. Don't underestimate the situation. XIN recently formed a national security department. The eyes behind the sunglasses scanned her surrounding environment as she said emotionlessly. Don't worry, Kelly. Even Mexico has that, but who cares? Li Jinyan dismissed this concern. I heard that the newly formed Special Intelligence Department is called Ghost Agents. Li Jinyan laughed, he bit on the straw and slurped on the strawberry jam in the smoothie. I know you don't believe it. I'm just explaining this as a fact. Kelly shrugged, stuffed the ring box in her bag, smiled, and got up. Thank you for your ring. I'll leave now, best of luck. Kelly headed for the door. Li Jinyan licked his dry lips while staring at the charismatic figure. Although he had shot his bullets inside the Han girl, just after a short period of time, he felt aroused again. Because of work, he made love with a lot of people. But to his female superior, he had been drooling over her. After 10 minutes, Li Jinyan finished the smoothie in the cup, got up to leave the creamery, and waved down a taxi. To the port. Okay, sir. The driver headed back onto the road. It was a smooth ride. Li Jinyan sunk into the seat in the back, loosened his collar, and took out his phone. Just as he was preparing to send a text to Su Fei, he outstared at the screen and was completely stunned. No signal. The feeling of alertness began to arise in his mind. With multiple years of experience as an agent, he immediately realized something was off. But just as he was about to ask the driver to stop the car, the steel-made blinds suddenly dropped down and locked him in the back of the car. Then, a light fragrance flirted with the tip of his nose. Li Jinyan knew he was in trouble, but consciousness began to drift away from him. When he woke up again, he realized he was in a room without a window. His hands were tied behind the chair. He tried to break the rope but quickly gave up. 2 soldiers with rifles stood at the door of the room. He didn't think he had the ability to escape. There was a young white female sitting in front of him. The ghost agents? The word sudden surfaced in Li Jinyan's head. He pretended to look around anxiously in front of the expressionless face. Then he glanced at the rifle in the hands of the soldiers at the door while speaking nervously. What happened? Who are you? Why did you capture me? I'm a legal foreign worker, I have a visa. You don't have the rights to. The woman ignored his acting and flipped open her notebook. Li Jinyan, male, 27, UA citizen, employed by Qatar Mining. That's right. The woman slapped the notebook shut and looked at him expressionlessly. I don't plan to interrogate you, you can stop with what you prepared. She picked up a miniature syringe on the table inside a tray and walked toward him. Li Jinyan began to feel nervous as he stared at the approaching figure and the liquid dripping from the needle. He had drug training, therefore in theory, the low-level interrogation method should be ineffective against an experienced agent like him. In theory. But the truth-telling liquid came from the 22nd century. Li Jinyan confessed everything. Including the color of his underwear, where did he got his plastic surgery, the organization he serves, as well as the hirer that paid the commission. Night began to fall. Jiang Chen gazed at the confession script in his hand as his finger tapped the table rhythmically. Lalian Private Investigator Company. There are many similar companies in UA. But they didn't register for an operating license, and their primary focus was not investigating in cheatings and scandals, but rather a mercenary organization that provided clients with commercial espionages. That was not the key was that BHP hired them. And just weeks ago, Jiang Chen and Luke signed a 5,000 tons low price ore contract. In theory, they should have a partnership relationship, but with what just happened, their motive was worth scrutinizing. He finally understood why Luke was so familiar with Future Mining's operations. BHP hired commercial espionage that had long been hidden in Xi'an. Aisha pushed open the door and placed a cup of steamy coffee in front of Jiang Chen. She then leaned down to kiss his forehead. "Don't work too late. You should go sleep now, I will be done in a bit." Jiang Chen smiled. Aisha blinked as her eyes spoke. When she left, she closed the door behind her. Jiang Chen watched the white fog ascending, his fingers still tapping on the tabletop while he fell into deep thought. Li Jinyan's confession was enough evidence to pursue a criminal charge in commercial espionage. Future Mining had the confidence to sue BHP in any country and win the lawsuit. But even if they won, the fine would be nothing for BHP. Since they only stole information related to undisclosed production capacity and nothing related to their technology, the most they would have to pay is $1 million penalty. But if they really separate ways with BHP, it would mean that the 50 million tons contract would go down the drain. Although they could mine themselves, it was a waste to use deep water mining technology to extract iron, aluminum, and other low-cost ores. Jiang Chen had big plans for the 50 million tons of ores. Where would he find another generous seller? But if he didn't do anything, it was hard to guarantee they won't be more vicious in the future. Unless. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. 1. Jiang Chen's finger stopped on the tabletop. Instantly, the desire to kill appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. 1. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to kill a non-significant thing to scare the enemy. The headquarters of Lalian sat in the rural area of Norway, a coffee shop that was closed all year long. Perhaps because no one took care of the place, the wooden hat with a strong North European flavor was covered by thick snow. Wearing a thick trench coat and holding a briefcase, Kelly scanned the street. After confirming that no one followed her, she walked to the door of the coffee shop and cautiously knocked on the door. There was a particular rhythm to her knocking, it seemed like some form of code. Quickly, a barely audible sound came from behind the door, then the door opened. Without stopping, Kelly immediately pushed the door aside and went inside. She closed the door and hung her trench coat on the hanger at the door. The server that opened the door greeted her and courteously returned to the front desk of the coffee shop. Under the trench coat was a gorgeous body. Kelly with a turtleneck sweater sat on the sofa beside the fireplace as she elegantly crossed her legs while looking at the man sitting right across her. The man under the hood in a black sweater grinned. "Is that so? I don't feel anything. Where is the thing? Catch." Kelly flicked her finger, and in the next second, the USB appeared in the man in black's hand. The concept map of the deep water mining technology. "You finally obtained it. Where is the money?" Kelly asked. "Don't worry, it has already been wired to your account." The man in black connected the USB to the tablet he brought along. He scanned the science fiction mining system and transportation track while he exhaled. Moments later, he put away the tablet and destroyed the USB. Kelly's expression remained unchanged, but she was shocked as she glanced at the USB crushed into pieces. The USB was not made of plastic, but rather aluminum. The person's fighting ability must not be underestimated by how easily he crushed that USB. The man saw the look of caution on Kelly's face, feeling pleased as he gradually leaned against the sofa. "The next mission, I hope you can obtain the blueprints for the transportation track on the concept map. Of course, it would be better if you could obtain the blueprints for the tidal general or the mining module." A troubled look surfaced on Kelly's face. It's going to be difficult. Even Future Mining's manager has no rights to access such core technology. Based on the deduction by our people, Future Mining's technical department operates independently from its main operation and is directly managed by President Jiang Chen. Lalian Private Investigator Company had years of commercial espionage experience, but it was the first time they had seen such an odd operating structure. Modern enterprises promoted the interrogation of technical and operation management, so that technical could fully serve production. But Future Group seemed to have done the complete opposite. Operation management had a high degree of separation where technical could not serve the actual operation. To the troubled look on Kelly's face, the man in black only smiled and pointed up with a finger. If you could obtain the technology, money is not a problem. We'll pay 10 million for this concept diagram, and 100 million for the blueprints. Kelly gulped as her heart pumped furiously. Normally the commission for their work was around 1 million, with the highest being 5 million. But this man started with 10 million and offered up to 100 million. Was it BHP being a major player in the global mining industry? Or was it Future Group's technology really worth that much? Now, do you have a plan? The man in black smiled. Kelly nodded mechanically. If Future Mining's manager was not enough, then they just need to go higher. For example, Future Group's president, Jiang Chen. She heard that man seemed to love beauty. Then she just needs to create a beautiful encounter. When Kelly thought about this, a charming curvature appeared on her red lips. Looks like you have a plan already. I look forward to hearing your good news during our next meeting. The man in black smiled and stood up. I still have a flight to catch in a moment to BR. I will head out. BR. I heard that Frankfurt is not the most peaceful place now, Kelly said nonchalantly. Precisely speaking, Europe was not peaceful. To ordinary people. He left those words as the man in black headed to the door. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. The narrowed eyes locked onto the water stain on the carpet by the door. Suddenly feeling alerted, he reached for the gun around his waist. Bang, but he was a beat slow. The ghost agent with her crosshair locked on him pressed the trigger first. The man in black looked at the woman that appeared in thin air in disbelief before silently collapsing in the pool of blood. The pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in the room. The fluid-shaped rifle and black muzzle cast a vibe of deadliness. With the unexpected change, Kelly quickly flipped and rolled behind the sofa. She took over the MP7 assault rifle thrown to her by the server at the front desk, loaded the gun, and began firing back along with the coffee house server. She didn't know how the infiltrator managed to find their headquarters nor how the person appeared in the room out of nowhere. There was only one thought in her mind: kill her. Her animal instinct thought told her that the person was extremely dangerous. With the bullets flying, the ghost agent wearing a carbon nano combat suit was calm. 2 bullets managed to land on her chest and 1 hit her in the thigh. But their weapon only shook her body before she fluidly rolled behind a table. The bullets left a trail of wooden specks of dust around her. She ignored the enemy's firepower and fired back with the Reaper assault rifle at Lalian Company's people. The bullets easily ripped through the structure that the enemy hid behind. The server docked behind the front desk was shot in the head and smashed back into the counter behind him. Then the server hidden in the hallway had his chest shredded along with the concrete wall as he dropped the rifle in his hand. With her people dying one by one, Kelly threw out a smoke grenade in fear. She fired back while retreating to the safety tunnel. Damn it, who is it? Suddenly, the words popped up in her head. The ghost agents. Could it be them? But that's impossible. Regardless, they were just a bunch of newbies. Could it be BHP's enemy? Or people they had rivaled during previous missions? Kelly used the bullets to bust open the lock, kicked open the steel door with a fierce kick, and ran for her life toward the underground tunnel. As a contingency against the gathering spot being attacked, they had prepared a boat in the underground tunnel. If only she could escape to there. Kelly smashed through the steel gate of the underground tunnel, hopped onto the boat frantically, and stuffed the key into the engine. She looked back at the empty door before she felt relieved and started the boat. The enemy didn't follow. But before she could let out a breath, something struck her throat. When she looked back, she met a black muzzle. She didn't know when the person was at the front of the boat. The cold gunshot echoed inside the underground tunnel. Without the time to beg for her life, Kelly collapsed in the pool of blood. The ghost agent agilely hopped into the boat, pressed on her collar, and replied in an emotionless tone. A total of 12 individuals killed, including primary target Kelly, BHP representative. Package is retracted, over. Lalian's headquarters was attacked, senior agents including Kelly and other employees, for a total of 11 people, all died under the merciless muzzle. To business spies, the revenge was too malicious by normal standards. Luke was sitting inside his manor while he glanced through the report with gloom on his face. He didn't mind the losses suffered by Lalian Company, nor was the death of his strong subordinate that always did the dirty work for him. What he minded was if Future Group knew BHP hired them. Although when he hired Lalian to investigate future mining, he didn't disclose any information. With how these private investigators typically functioned, they would usually secretively figure out the information of the hirer just for the sake of protection in case they get sold after they complete their mission. Their work was not protected by law after all. If Future Group managed to figure out that BHP was behind all this, it would without a doubt interfere with their cooperation. Luke rubbed his temples to soothe his headache. Other than this, there was one point he didn't know. How did Future Group discover Lalian's coordinate in such a short period of time and execute the revenge mission on the other side of the globe in a rapid fashion? Was there still unexposed hidden power in Future Group? If so, BHP must go back to the table to discuss their strategy on Future Group again. When the completed mission summary was placed in front of Jiang Chen, he didn't feel too surprised. With the assistance of optical illusion, the ghost agent's first mission outside of the country didn't experience too much of a hiccup. Lalian Private Investigator Company lacked combat experience despite their wealth of commercial espionage experience compared to other intelligence service agents such as CIB. After this warning, BHP will think again and re-evaluate their attitude toward their partnership. Li Jinyan was sued by Future Group for commercial espionage and received a life sentence by the Koro Island Municipal Court. Jiang Chen obviously could kill him, but that was letting him go easy. With his pretty face, he must be welcomed in prison. As to Su Fei, when she heard the news of Li Jinyan being thrown in prison, she just then realized how foolish and dangerous her actions were. In anxiousness, she spent a few days of peacefulness. Just as she thought that this event had been settled, one day after work, Yang Yuan came back home drunk. When she saw her boyfriend's expression, she realized something was not right. Without much context, Yang Yuan said, "Let's break up." Why? Su Fei looked at the boyfriend that always agreed with her in disbelief. Yang Yuan didn't say anything and threw his phone in front of her. The anonymous email contained videos and pictures with the protagonist being her, and the male being the already in prison Li Jinyan. Su Fei stared at the blinding pictures as her face turned hot, but her hands were so cold as if they were submerged in ice water. Until the moment Yang Yuan brought up them breaking up, she realized that if she left him, she was nothing. She just realized what he did for her. Su Fei's hands were trembling. She looked at Yang Yuan pleading, "Sorry, but Yang Yuan didn't want to hear her explanation. He suppressed his anger that was about to erupt and calmly said, "Get out." Yang Yuan didn't know why he would so calm. The entire breakup was so peaceful as he didn't curse at her at all from the beginning to the end. When he saw her board the plane, he noticed the regret and longing on her face. But what made him feel incredible was that he didn't have a single thought in his mind of wanting for her to stay. He watched the plane depart and disappear into the horizon. The past flashed in front of his eyes like an old film. Until the last soot fell, he squished the cigarette butt against the garbage can. It felt like he just squished their past. He threw the butt away and left. Jiang Chen sent the anonymous email. It was the best method he thought of. Future Group only sued Li Jinyan and spared the accomplice Su Fei. It was the last saving grace for Yang Yuan. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the peaceful breakup was the most appropriate conclusion. The night when Su Fei left, Yang Yuan called him to drink. He didn't hesitate much before accepting the invitation. But when he drove to Yang Yuan's place, he discovered that he was half drunk already. "Do you feel okay?" "Burp, I'm okay. Sorry, I started drinking first." "It's okay." Jiang Chen took the bottle from Yang Yuan's hand and poured himself a cup. Jiang Chen originally thought his old friend would dump all his sorrows on him, but he didn't even say a word of complaint. He just chatted on and on about what happened during university. In the end, he used his drunken eyes to look at Jiang Chen while saying with sternness, "Thank you." "Why are you thanking me? You paid for the alcohol." Jiang Chen grinned and glanced at him. Yang Yuan laughed and hid his thanks deep in his heart without saying much more. He was thankful that Jiang Chen spared Su Fei and gave him the choice to end the relationship on a peaceful note. He was thankful for Jiang Chen not pursuing further in his oversight and thankful that Jiang Chen could drink with him as a friend. Since in this unfamiliar kingdom, the only person he knew was him. The two just drank cup by cup until they could no longer drink. Midnight, Aisha drove over and carried Jiang Chen on her back to the car. When they got home, she didn't mind the pungent alcohol smell as she removed his clothes for him, wiped the sweat off of his body, and put him into bed. Aisha looked at Jiang Chen in deep sleep as a tender smile surfaced on her lips. She gently kissed his lips, crawled in beside him, and fell asleep as usual. The next morning, Jiang Chen crawled out of bed, hungover. He didn't plan to drink that much last night, but he couldn't stop when they started. Based on his schedule, today was the day the vessels would arrive, and he would attend the ceremony for the exchange of ownership. Although no media would be present on site, it would be inappropriate to review the Navy Marines that finished their training abroad smelling like alcohol. Jiang Chen swallowed the sobering pill with water and finished washing up. Just as he finished the breakfast Aisha made, Natasha came knocking on the door. As he opened the door, Natasha came sniffling and looked at Jiang Chen with ridicule. "You drunk?" "A little bit." "No worries," Jiang Chen replied ambiguously. "Do you need some cologne? I can lend it to you." Jiang Chen stared at Natasha with mockery all over her face and headed straight to the garage. Aisha, who changed into formal clothes, locked the door and caught up to Jiang Chen in quick steps. When she passed by Natasha, she cautiously looked at her. To her cautious, Natasha only smiled and spoke to her back. "Don't look at me like that, I won't eat him." She shook her head, turned around, and got into her own car. The ceremony of vessel docking was held at New Moon Island. The representatives attending the ceremony from the Russian side were Russia Pacific Fleet's general as well Russia's ambassador at Xi'an. The representatives attending from the Xi'an side were Celestial Trade's president Jiang Chen as well as the vice president of Xi'an. In this friendly atmosphere, Jiang Chen boarded the vessel to shake hands with the Russian general. To complete the handover agreement, he reviewed the Navy Marines who completed their training in Moscow. The two Guardian-class frigates were arranged in a line formation and fired at the target ship to demonstrate the Celestial Trade vessel's excellent firepower. Looking at the splashes of water into the sky as well as the shredded target ship, the Russian general smiled at Jiang Chen in a friendly manner without disguising the pride on his face. The manly-looking Russian felt proud about the weapons produced by their country. Jiang Chen didn't look too shocked as he politely smiled and clapped with the personnel. The firepower was indeed powerful, but it was still weaker compared to the Apocalypse. With the improvement of the construction robots, Jiang Chen had the confidence to increase the firepower twofold. The Type 50J unit electromagnetic pulse cannon produced by research from Fallout Shelter 027 was the vessel version of the original Type 50 cannon. It could launch a 50-kilogram bomb with a maximum range of 250 kilometers, which far exceeded the capabilities of normal vessel-equipped cannons. With the help of early warning aircraft or satellite and equipped with the electromagnetic pulse cannon, the frigate could extend its combat radius from 70 kilometers to 100 kilometers, far wider than the radiuses of conventional warships. Compared to the electromagnetic pulse cannon installed on the Tomelino joint high-speed ship, Type 50J unit electromagnetic pulse cannon was much more petite. However, its slim figure didn't mean that it was less lethal. Jiang Chen knew in the future that it would display its fierce firepower and become a rampant surgical scalpel in the Pacific. Although the problem of overheating had yet to be solved, with development and research, it wouldn't take long before the technical problem would be solved. The two Type 636 kilo-class submarines fired torpedoes at targets under the sea and displayed their firepower to the people on board through combat videos. Then the two submarines floated to the surface and displayed their flags. The whole crew boarded the deck and saluted to Jiang Chen and the other representatives. While raising his hand to salute back, Jiang Chen stood side by side with the big-bellied Russian ambassador and whispered, "Unforgettable firepower." When Valerie heard Jiang Chen's words, he grinned and used his fluent Han, "Our firepower has always been reliable. If Mr. Jiang is interested in adding more security to your backyard, please contact us." The ambassador with the big belly was inexplicably endearing, maybe it had to do with his funny big red nose or his suit stretched by his beer belly. Jiang Chen only smiled at the word backyard without refuting the ambassador. To the intelligence departments of the 5 major powers, it wasn't a secret at all. Considering his relationship with Russia, his cooperation with them would also direct the attention of the major powers to him. Of course, when Valerie saw that Jiang Chen didn't correct his wording, his smile grew brighter. There are only a few fishing boats in South Asia. The Kilo-class submarines are more than enough for you to dominate the area. Your only threat will be fighter jets, so are you not going to consider buying some anti-air artillery? Trust me, our S-400 anti-air system will please you. I'll consider your suggestion seriously. But at the moment, we don't have plans to expand our forces. Jiang Chen used the excuse of maintaining area stability and rejected Valerie's suggestion. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't explain the real reason. It was because Russia's new S-500 wouldn't please him. He could easily bring compact anti-air weapons from the apocalypse. But Valerie seemed to have accepted his reason. He shrugged and didn't push any further. The vessel handover agreement soon reached its conclusion. Based on typical procedures, the Russian representatives would leave first. The Russian general and Valerie shook hands with the vice president of XIN and Jiang Chen. "In my opinion, you are shrewder than most dictators in the world." Standing at the military harbor on New Moon Island, Valerie told Jiang Chen before he boarded the boat back to Koro Island. "Oh. Why do you say that?" Valerie nonchalantly looked at the vice president chatting with the general. Most dictators are eager to display the supremacy of their power and are eager to let the world know their dangerousness. But you're different. What you did was ingenious. XIN possesses the most democratic policy in the world, whether it's the elections or freedom of speech, but the economy and national defense are all under your control. XIN would never introduce an anti-monopoly law, so your actions will always be legal. Thanks for the compliment. But may I ask? Is this Russia's view or Mr. Valerie's personal opinion? When Valerie heard this, he laughed audaciously. Please don't think too much, of course this is my personal opinion. But could Mr. Jiang Chen answer a question of mine? Personal question. Of course. You're already really rich enough to buy a country. Based on my years of work experience, a dictatorship and a monopoly are usually lazy, because they don't compete and maintaining the status quo would be the ideal state. But with traits fitting both titles, you are doing the complete opposite. Even now, Future Group is continuously expanding into new markets while Celestial Trade is continuously upgrading its arms. I am personally curious. What are your aspirations? Valerie asked. Mr. Valerie, your question is quite odd. Microsoft has a lot of money, and by some definitions, they have achieved a standard, monopoly, but they never stopped expanding their market. Future Group is an enterprise, so we must continuously ensure we remain competitive. Also, I have to correct your perspective, a lazy dictator is just a short-sighted dictator. Then as a dictator with foresight, you still haven't answered my question. What are your aspirations? Valerie joked. Aspirations? Jiang Chen laughed. This is only a personal question. If it's inappropriate, please forget it. Seeing as Jiang Chen didn't answer, Valerie courteously offered him an out. It's not inappropriate. Before, it was purely about making money, but now. Jiang Chen paused. I want to see further places. Just like Valerie said, Jiang Chen already amassed wealth he never imagined 1.5 years ago. In the next 10 years, even if Future Group didn't introduce any more innovative technology, just with virtual reality alone, it stood at a height insurmountable by any other enterprises in the world. Even if scientific research on multipolarized worlds was faster than research on three-polarized worlds, the world here couldn't make immersive virtual reality technology into a reality. If it wasn't for the ship sent by Harmony named Evolution that was en route to Earth. When Jiang Chen saw the Russian representatives off, he found Ivan and ordered him to move the frigates and submarines to the harbor on Coconut Island. The construction robots would complete modernization improvements to the weapons on board. Time quickly flew by in December. Panu Islands felt like summer all year long since it didn't have the slightest bit of winter weather, but Wanghai City in the wasteland was already covered by pristine snow. Compared to previous years, Wanghai no longer felt like an apocalypse anymore. These days, Jiang Chen occasionally returned to the wasteland since he had too many people he couldn't let go. But because the situation had already stabilized, he didn't stay as long as before. He would have dinner with the girls, communicate his affection with Sun Jiao, eat the sisters together, shower with Yao Yao, and bully Lin Lin. If he just stayed in the mansion, it didn't feel like they were in an apocalypse at all. The entire area on the east side of Huangpu River was covered with NAC-established inspection stations. If one looked up, it was possible to see Type 51 helicopters patrolling the city or Aurora 20 soaring by. NAC had established absolute control in Wanghai. NAC's diplomats were currently in negotiations with Luding about including the East Bank into the protective territory. Bohai Angry Tide shipborne electromagnetic pulse cannon could fire from the Yangtze River estuary to Luzhou. Not only did it possess a fearful 450 km range, but it could also launch 10 to 400 kg bombs. The cannon was a superior source of firepower support among the shipborne-based weapons. Whether it was Bohai or cannon technology, Jiang Chen was determined to take possession. If they could solve the problem through negotiations, then that would be ideal. If they couldn't solve the problem through negotiations, they would have to resort to military power. This was the standard in the wasteland. On the other hand, the radioactive material cleanup and crater filling had been completed. Although the gamma value remained elevated, there was no need for personnel entering the area to wear nuclear protective suits. The iodine stored in their EPs and anti-radioactive medicine were more than enough to enable traversing in the city center. Because of snow and freezing conditions, the Project Garden of Eden beside Dianshan Lake was temporarily stopped. Jia City occasionally encountered mutants migrating east, but with the 1st Division led by Cheng Weigua stationed there as well as inspection stations along the way, Jiang Chen wasn't worried that the mutants would sneak into the city to build nests. The winter was peaceful. Because of NAC's presence, there were no more incidents in Wanghai. On the contrary, in the modern world, the global situation began to escalate. In South Asia, following the independence of Moro, the movement began to escalate on war-embroiled MLL Island with signs of spreading to Masa Island. At the end of November, the guerrilla forces launched a massive military attack on the city of Dao and successfully disintegrated a light infantry division and a light armored brigade stationed locally. The Moro leader, Santos, used social media sites to announce the civil war had officially entered the second phase. The city of Dao would become Moro's capital. Jiang Chen initially funded Santos with the sole intention of causing trouble for Country F, but this guy managed to launch a successful independence movement and even managed to establish his own capital. The reason they could achieve this success was partially because of the low combat abilities of F soldiers as demonstrated by the hostage rescue incident. It was also partially due to UA elections and the inability of their biggest ally to intervene in the civil war. UA only ceremonially conducted some diplomatic work and sold firearms at a lower cost. With Moro's independence now a possibility, Jiang Chen changed his initial plans. When they finished that batch of firearms, he would continue to provide support. Of course, this support wasn't without a cost. It would be exchanged for ownership rights of the mines in the guerrilla-controlled area or actual ores. Because of this, Jiang Chen ordered Barkery to register a shell company in Australia with the sole purpose of facilitating transactions between the ores and firearms. The ores of unknown origin were then transported to the factories in New Guinea to be further processed. A portion would be sold to international markets while the other portion would be sold to celestial trade. The flipping or trick was the same as Turkey selling the IS crude oil, but Jiang Chen's method left no trace at all. With the support of the radar station located on New Moon Island, the transport vessel containing the ores seemed to have eyes and avoided all the patrol boats and vessels that blocked MLL Island. Regardless of how frustrated Country F was, the supply shipments to the guerrillas were never tracked down. What was worth mentioning was that the company providing firearms to the shell company was a UA firearms company. To avoid the transaction from being tracked by the FBA, all orders were conducted with gold. Then there was Europe. The refugee problem continued to heat up, forcing all of Europe to a crossroads. Regarding whether a full ban of refugees into Europe should be enacted, the EU countries had divergent opinions. Some of these opinions included Frankfurt, and Bell, which suffered the pain of terrorist attacks, and Britain, which threatened to leave EU, as well as Greece, which played the card, if you don't buy my bonds, I'll open my door to refugees. It was hard to say whether it was distrust that caused the differences, or that the differences caused distrust. With the meddling of an invisible hand, visible cracks appeared in the previously united EU. Negotiations between countries didn't result in anything material, but each country started a domestic wave of protests. A lot of extremists finally lost their rationality. People with nefarious intentions aggravated them to start attacking innocent refugees. They swore to seek revenge, to respond to terrorism with cruelty. In a chaotic state, Frankfurt's New Choice Party began its discreet rise to power, but the support of the CDU in power continued to plummet. The extreme right-wing party gained footing in Frankfurt politics, which made the situation even worse. War is never a good thing, but weapons are a great thing. Ivan, do you know what I mean? Standing at the fighter hangar on New Moon Island, Jiang Chen had his eyes narrowed and watched the Aurora 20 that just parked. He was speaking nonchalantly to Ivan beside him. Sorry, I don't really understand. The veteran shook his head honestly. It is only when both sides think the opponent's weapon is strong enough to finish them that both sides will agree to sit down and talk. Ivan grinned. He had a personal experience mirroring Jiang Chen's words when he was a soldier in the Soviet era. But he still didn't understand why his boss suddenly mentioned these things. But Jiang Chen didn't speak about this further. Instead, he looked at the pilot, familiarizing himself with the equipment inside the cockpit. The first Aurora 20 fighter jet had officially entered service, filling a gap in Celestial Trade's Air Force. Since it was the most advanced technology from the apocalypse, its strength was king among the fifth-generation fighter jets. The initial flight of Aurora 20 was conducted by the pilot with the highest score on the training modules. The control equipment of Aurora 20 had a high degree of intelligence to it. Takeoff, landing, cruise, and even air-to-ground attacks could be done by the program. Just from this perspective alone, the semi-intelligent control mode allowed it to be classified among the ranks of quasi-sixth-generation fighters. And because of this reason, 1.5 months of training was enough for pilots to maneuver the aircraft. Watching the aircraft engine igniting, completing a vertical takeoff and landing and runaway takeoff and landing, cruising around the border in addition to other missions, Jiang Chen personally awarded the pilot a medal. After the first flight ceremony, Jiang Chen toured the Air Force Base and showed his face to the young men swearing allegiance to him. Then he returned to Coral Island. There was a product launch conference waiting for him in the afternoon. Before the start of the conference that was destined to make history, he needed some preparation. At 12 midnight, Los Santos, located in South Cal, was covered by the veil of the night. At this time, most of the people in Los Santos had already fallen asleep, but the Future Group UA headquarters was still lit as bright as day. Inside the circular conference room on the first floor, the room was crowded with people. The reporters inside the venue had set up cameras while waiting for Jiang Chen to appear. The employees were busily running between places to set up sophisticated-looking equipment. Danny gave his assistant a few key notes in recording. Then he took out a notebook reviewing the questions he prepared. There were a lot of reporters from Los Santos Times as everyone wanted this reporting opportunity. It wasn't easy for him to obtain this opportunity. Considering how addicted people were to the Phantom helmet, the attention this conference would get wouldn't be insignificant. Do you think he'll come? Maybe he was confident with his questions as the reporter sitting beside Danny stuffed his tablet into his bag as he asked Danny casually. Danny noticed that the logo beside his microphone belonged to the South Cal Journal. His name tag in front of his chest stated that he was Charles John, probably. The media here are all top-notch in the UA. Even Microsoft doesn't have the gall to just leave the media hanging, Danny joked. Charles laughed and lowered his voice. I have an interesting piece of information. Oh. Danny adjusted his posture and moved closer. There was still some time before the conference officially started. It would be beneficial for his news report if he could gather some information previously unknown to him. The information could be used as a source regardless if it was fake or real. Yesterday afternoon, I asked a contact of mine to search through the arrival list for all the airports in Los Santos, but I didn't see his name among them at all. Maybe they took a private jet, Danny said jokingly, but he mocked this reporter in his mind. What kind of information is this? If he really wanted to keep a low profile, there's no way he would let you find him. At the same time, the lights inside the venue suddenly shut off. Everyone stopped chatting amongst themselves while they trained their complete attention to the front. He's here. Danny put his notebook away, took a deep breath, and adjusted his tie. But when he saw his peer from South Cal Journals, he almost burst out laughing. Although Charles was sitting, his feet were in a position ready to run. So fu *King shameless. Danny cursed in his mind, but he clenched his microphone tightly and prepared to swarm the person at the front. Future Technology didn't make the reporters wait for long. The general manager of UA behind the scenes looked at his watch, nodded to his employees, and signaled them to turn on the equipment. A beam of light shone on stage. Using the guidance of the light, a young Han man in a suit walked to the front of the stage. Just as expected, thunderous applause erupted beneath the stage. Although the UA media present maintained a reserved attitude toward the Hua-based Future Technology, their technology still gained everyone's respect. So the reporters weren't stingy with their applause at Jiang Chen's entrance. The screen in the back lit up as English letters surfaced on the screen. The reporters present weren't unfamiliar with Future Technology's real-time translation technology. I'm grateful that everyone could attend our company's product launch conference. I also have to apologize to our friends from North America who must work overtime and our reporters in West Europe who must wake up early. When Jiang Chen said this, Danny, sitting at the front, smiled understandingly, but soon, he was stunned along with the other reporters below the stage. The introduction gave a lot of information to process. Jiang Chen scanned the reporters below the stage. He smiled and continued with his hands open. That's right, this conference is being hosted simultaneously at the 12-region headquarters of Future Group. Jiang Chen's words were like a bomb thrown into the previously silent venue. All the reporters' eyes widened and looked at him with disbelief. Product launch conference being hosted simultaneously at all 12 regional headquarters. What's going on? Although it wasn't the Q&A period, a number of reporters raised their hands including Danny. They needed an explanation from Future Technology. It looked like Jiang Chen expected this situation as he acted rather calmly. He turned around to scan the reporters at the venue and his sight stopped on Danny in the front seat. Reporter 304, please ask your question. Ecstatic that Jiang Chen called him, Danny immediately stood up and extended the microphone in his hand. You said your company is hosting product launch conferences simultaneously around the world. Does this mean that all other conferences are hosted by regional general managers? Why did you choose North America as the conference you attended personally? Precisely speaking, it was two questions meshed together. Jiang Chen smiled. I can hear the misunderstanding from your question. Let me first clarify. Even if the conference is being held simultaneously at 12 different locations around the world, I can still personally attend all of them. Danny looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded, he didn't know what he meant. But since his question time was over, he had to sit down. After answering the question from the Los Santos Times, Jiang Chen didn't call any other reporters because he knew what they wanted to ask. And what they wanted to ask was what he would now explain. I know everyone here isn't a stranger to a certain word. That's right, I'm talking about holograms. And it's my hologram standing here. Because of this, I must emphasize the importance of the order of questions. When they heard what Jiang Chen said, there were whispers below the stage as all the reporters looked at Jiang Chen on the stage in astonishment. The reporters obviously couldn't tell it was a hologram. Before Jiang Chen revealed the truth, not a single person knew it. Butayuro, this is too realistic. Charles stared at Jiang Chen while murmuring. But Danny's reaction was more dramatic compared to Charles. He often visited Silicon Valley and was aware of the technology on the frontier. Hologram technology was extremely advanced and it wasn't difficult to have an ultra-realistic hologram. But all holograms had to be set in advance. Holographic projection technology was applied to the field of instant messaging, and collecting images to form three-dimensional images wasn't something that Nasdaq companies highly skilled in blowing bubbles could arrogantly claim to be able to do. Yet Future Technology put this technology on the table without a huge commotion. God, is this just the launch conference of the Phantom Helmet? A crazy idea emerged in Danny's head. He stared at his notebook full of notes and felt speechless. Future Technology's unconventional move completely disrupted his train of thought. Once the Q&A starts, what am I going to ask? Danny's problem was the same for all the reporters present. Jiang Chen stared at the expressions of the reporters below the stage as a smile surfaced on his face. This was the impression he wanted to leave. The product launch conference was intended to launch the MMORPG, but the product, Phantom Helmet. The virtual reality technology. MMORPG was the tip of the iceberg for virtual reality technology. If he wanted to make users around the world depend on the product launched by Future Technology, he had to make them astonished and fanatical. Jiang Chen spoke again. Also worth mentioning is that I'm currently in Xi'an and conducting the conference through the Phantom Helmet. Jiang Chen's sentence immediately dragged the off-topic conference back on topic, and at the same time, he advertised the Phantom Helmet without a trace. The media below the stage was in astonishment once again. He was attending the news conference in real time through the virtual reality helmet. A word abruptly popped up in Danny's head. AR. AR stood for augmented reality. It was the use of virtual objects to enhance reality. Compared with virtual reality, VR, it had the advantages of a stronger sense of reality and small modeling workload. One representative product was Microsoft's HoloLens. After wearing their glasses, you could change your home table into a gaming table and transform the wall into a TV screen. But for the people in a socially interactive environment, the weaknesses of AR technology were obvious. When you wore the reality enhancement glasses and waved your arm to make some weird maneuver in the air, what would your roommate think? Regardless, it would be awkward as hell. It was one of the challenging aspects of AR application. Only people wearing the glasses could see enhanced virtual objects. But future technology used holograms to fuse virtual reality and actual reality together perfectly, which was why all the reporters were stunned. The Phantom Helmet. Jiang Chen opened one hand while he faced the silent reporters and smiled. The key to the virtual world. Particles fused into lines above his palm and weaved themselves into a realistic helmet. The helmet hovered above his palm and slowly rotated in the eyes of the reporters. I know everyone here has an understanding about the functionality of the helmet, so I won't describe the specifications here. I'll only provide two numbers, 1.44 million and 0. When Jiang Chen mentioned the number 1.44 million, a lot of reporters realized it was the total number of helmets available in the virtual reality experience project previously announced. But what did 0 mean? All the reporters had the same question in mind, but Jiang Chen, who saw through this, answered their question with his next words. 1.44 million phantom helmets. 37% of the units operated non-stop 24 hours for the past 3 months, but not a single unit malfunctioned. All the reporters in the 12 conferences around the world were visibly stunned. How is that possible? Without malfunction this ratio is too absurd. Who can prove this? There should be a limit in bluffing. Do you think all consumers around the world are fools? At one conference, a short reporter stood up and questioned Jiang Chen's claim. Of course I can prove this, mister. As for the evidence, if you exit, turn right, and walk 300 meters, there will be a net cafe which is part of Future Technologies' virtual reality experience project. Why don't you see for yourself if I'm bluffing? Also, I noticed that you didn't raise your hand when you spoke, and you signed a guarantee regarding respecting the rules of the conference. I must question your ability to adhere to these rules. The reporter who asked the question listened to the surrounding partially compassionate, partially mocking whispers and sat down with his face looking pale. He didn't think Jiang Chen, simultaneously facing all 12 conferences, would notice his comment. With Jiang Chen's words of criticism directed to all conferences around the globe, he lost face for his publisher to the media around the world, and that officially marked the end of his professional career. Now, let us continue on the question regarding the Phantom helmet. Just like everyone has witnessed, our helmet has a long standby time and exceptional quality. Even running continuously for 3 months, it does not experience frame lag or crashes caused by aging circuits or overheating damage. And the Phantom helmet is able to do this because of our unique sealing technology, so our helmet cannot be disassembled and we do not accept any demolition behavior. Any malfunctions due to the disassembly of the helmet by the user will be the responsibility of the user. For any failure due to normal use, we will provide free replacements and half-price redemption services. Jiang Chen purposely downplayed the role of the graphene chip, but his explanation didn't satisfy all the media as quite a number of them raised their hands, hoping Jiang Chen would give them an opportunity to ask a question. Standing on the stage in virtual reality, Jiang Chen estimated the number of hands raised between the 12 conferences. He coughed then spoke. Based on the number of questions, a lot of reporters obviously still have questions regarding my explanation. My presentation has come to an end, so just like before, for the rest of the time, you can ask and I will answer. When Jiang Chen's words died, all the reporters present raised their hands. Even then, it was in an orderly fashion. With the disgraced reporter set as an example, no reporter stood up without being called or disrupted the conference. When Charles heard Jiang Chen calling his number, he immediately stood up to ask his question. The sealing mechanism your company utilizes is understandable, but isn't it excessive to demolish the circuit upon opening the helmet? After all, the user should have the right to determine the use of the product after purchasing it. The confidentiality of the technology could be protected by patent law without sacrificing the user's interests. When Danny heard this tricky question, Danny couldn't help but nod in agreement. The South Cal Journal's reporter, although he had a silly appearance, sharply pointed to a weakness of future technology. Sacrifice the legitimate rights and interests of consumers? In a country keen on the rights of consumers, it would be hard for future technology to address this problem. Allow me to make a correction about the misunderstanding of future technology. Jiang Chen was prepared for the question as he smiled at the media. First, we never established any sealing mechanism that harmed users' rights. Regarding Jiang Chen's answer, a lot of reporters who wanted to ask the same question were all dumbfounded. What kind of answer is that? It's like forcefully insisting that black is white. You can't ignore the fact that you are infringing on user rights just because you sign a warranty agreement with the user at the time of purchase, Charles argued. Please be cautious with your words, Mr. Charles. Future technology has only undergone pre-sales on its official site with the opportunity to request a refund at any time to open up the spot. All the Phantom helmets on the market are only available in virtual reality experience stores, and those helmets were never sold. Strictly speaking, they are part of future technology's assets. I'm not going to pursue personal or collective legal responsibility for those who open the property without authorization of the company, but instead, I will fine double the price of the helmet upon discovery of the opening of the helmet. Until 3 days after the consumer receives a helmet from the courier, we will be the ones infringed upon, do you understand? Jiang Chen looked at Charles in the eye and smiled. They weren't going to pursue legal responsibility because it would be impossible to do so. Some of the unauthorized openings of the helmets were personal actions, but some were with the permission of the government. It was as difficult to pursue legal responsibility as suing Future Group for the monopoly in Xi'an. Charles's throat bobbed as he felt helpless. Although he thought Jiang Chen's words had a flaw somehow, he didn't know what the problem was. Danny, who was standing beside him, was discreetly shocked. Jiang Chen managed to use one sentence to change Future Group's position from the infringer to the infringed party. What I'm going to say next is an explanation to the consumers interested in purchasing the Phantom helmet. Jiang Chen paused. Just as we said, we never established a sealing mechanism. Opening the helmet, causing the circuit to overload, is purely because of a circuit protection mechanism installed in the helmet. Any demolition behavior will cause the circuit to overload and damage the circuit board inside the helmet. I admit this is a flaw of future technology. We will make improvements on this point and hope consumers will understand. Equating the sealing mechanism to a deficiency in their technology was as shameless as they could get. A lot of people watching the live conference on Future Technology's official site were calling them shameless. But they couldn't rebut his explanation. Since Future Technology was the only company who could manufacture immersive virtual reality equipment, only they had the final interpretation of the technology. If I can't do it, you can't forcefully make me do it. The reporters who planned on pursuing a line of questioning regarding the excessiveness of the sealing mechanism all gave up on the idea. Since Future Technology already provided an explanation, persisting on this problem would only waste opportunities for valuable questions without gaining any useful information. When Charles sat down, another reporter who was picked stood up. Judging by the microphone in her hand, she was a reporter from the Wall Street Journal, and her question would focus on the financial aspect rather than the technical side without a doubt. Mr. Jiang Chen, since your company already achieved an absolute leading position in the field of virtual reality, will you use your technical advantage to prevent other companies from entering the field? It was a sensitive topic because it involved a secret that had to do with all major corporations. Monopoly. Of course not, we're happy to welcome other companies to develop virtual reality along with us. Just like what you've seen, the Phantom Helmet's functionality isn't only games. Games are only one of the methods that allow us to push the helmet to the world. The reason why I could simultaneously attend all 12 conferences around the world was because of the functionalities of the Phantom Helmet. When Jiang Chen said this, all the reporters' eyes lit up. Future Technology planned to cooperate with other enterprises in virtual reality. This was an incredible piece of news. Because of this sentence, all the resulting questions revolved around Future Technology's potential cooperation. In what form will the cooperation take place? Will Future Technology make its technology public? To these questions, Jiang Chen answered them one by one. Immersive virtual reality technology is the core technology of Future Technology, and the technology won't be made public. Future Technology currently has no plans to register for patents in the short term, but Future Technology welcomes cooperation in content generation. Our cooperation will include all fields of the Internet. After a period of time, Future Technology will gradually open to its partners related technology in program development in virtual reality to allow tech companies to develop software compatible to the Phantom Helmet. Virtual reality was a massive market. All the functionalities possessed by the present-day Internet could theoretically be achieved through a platform on virtual reality. A single company's power alone could not digest the entire market and could potentially lead to anti-monopoly allegations to prevent other companies from entering the market. Future Technology only needed to control the key to the market, with the quantum computer acting as the door, as well as quantum communication satellites that would launch at a later date, acting as the connection node to the virtual reality web. And the world behind the door should be developed by all companies around the world. The product launch conference not only introduced the Phantom as the key to the virtual world, it also sent out a positive signal to the entire world. A signal called cooperation. In contrast to the Los Santos conference on the other side of the world, the conference taking place in the afternoon in Hua had people watching the live stream on the official site. Due to the high volume of traffic, Xiaoxiu had to contact their service provider to immediately put the newly purchased servers online, and she rented 10 additional servers to manage the simultaneous streaming that broke the 100 million mark. Once the conference ended, the comments section of the video exploded. The heated debate continued on the internet, and the media's opinions were released soon after the conclusion of the conference. As the renowned news reporter of the When Danny walked out of the conference, he expressed his incredulity on Twitter. It was the first time seeing a conference as extraordinary as this. It only lasted 2 hours, but I spent 1 hour feeling astonished. You won't understand the shock I felt without being there in person. The tweet was retweeted thousands of times in one day, and even Danny himself was stunned by the reaction. The reason was because it was purely his opinion as well as the opinion carried by all other reporters. With a similar reaction on the internet, the product launch caused a massive earthquake in the media and the financial world. 2016 was the year virtual reality was born, and the Phantom Helmet introduced at the end of the year added a colorful mark to the exciting year. More critically, it was about the signal Future Technology sent out. They plan to cooperate with other companies in the field of virtual reality. Currently, there are no visible benefits to releasing this news, but at least it saved some of the VR companies' stocks. When the Phantom Helmet was released, their stocks plummeted. In the video conference, Xiaoxiu pushed up her glasses, and the curvature of her mouth raised up, perfectly illustrating the pride on her mind. Jiang Chen hadn't seen her for a long time, and she seemed more and more attractive. Her luscious black hair was curled behind her head to form a circle. Regarding the rectangular glasses on her delicate nose, if any other women dressed this way, they would have been ridiculed as old-fashioned and boring. But because it was Xiaoxiu, this not-so-fashion-forward appearance cast a lively and elegant vibe. Sometimes even Jiang Chen wondered, what if she smiled more? Ahem, President. Ah, nothing. Ahem, please continue. Jiang Chen awkwardly adjusted his positioning as he accidentally let his mind slip. Xiaoxiu looked at Jiang Chen with blame. She combed her hair over her ear habitually, then she continued. Because of the news yesterday, a total of 6 VR companies as well as 13 tech companies submitted their letter of intent for cooperation in the Hua area. Only this many? Jiang Chen was surprised. It's already quite a few. We just concluded our product launch conference and our helmets are still sitting in the warehouse. Even if other companies want to cooperate with us, they must consider their own business and market size. Speaking of cooperation, do you still remember Zhongxin High Tech? That name sounded familiar, but Jiang Chen didn't manage to recall this company in his head. Xia Shiyu sensed his confusion and reminded him. Last year, that military project. Oh. The Zhou family's industry. Jiang Chen immediately realized and paused. What did they say? Because of that project, he, unfortunately, gained the interest of CIB. He burned his bridge with the General Staff Department, without considering the bigger picture, took out the people from the CIB, then escaped to Xinjiang. Because of that attack, it made him certain about the decision to establish his own area of control. Although only a year had passed, since so many things happened in the past year, he almost forgot about the forces in the country. Precisely speaking, the Zhou family was his business partner. Based on what they said, when the conference was streaming yesterday, they used our official site to follow the progress of the conference. They're interested in developing applications for virtual reality that we mentioned and immediately called for a board meeting after the end of the conference. They even sent out business representatives to Xinjiang this morning and advised us of the potential for cooperation. Xia Shiyu pushed up her glasses. Did they mention which area? Jiang Chen asked. In the military field. They asked about the possibility of using immersive virtual reality training to replace live ammunition training. The possibility certainly exists, but it will be hard to implement. Jiang Chen sunk into his chair. And it's impossible to replace it. The coordination and reaction of the body can only be trained by actual exercise. Unless training chambers with nutrients were used. On the other hand, Jiang Chen didn't want to step into the field of military tech. It had to do with confidentiality. Would a country allow their training modules to be run on foreign servers? Absolutely not. They had to protect their weapon specifications, which were confidential. And Jiang Chen wouldn't hand over his quantum computer, he wasn't that selfless. I didn't give them a precise response, Xia Shiyu said. It's fine even if you reject them because I personally don't have any interest in becoming an arms dealer. As if she predicted Jiang Chen would say this, Xia Shiyu sighed. The domestic market is still massive, and virtual reality is a big piece of the pie, so there are a lot of people eager to get their hands on it. Take regulation for example, what should be regulated, who should be regulated, and how should it be regulated all haven't been addressed yet. Do you know what I mean? Of course I do. Because it hasn't been addressed, it depends completely on what we have to say before it's adjusted. Jiang Chen laughed nonchalantly. In better terms, it was crossing the river while searching for rocks. As long as you understand, we can't make the same mistake as Google, Xia Shiyu reminded him discreetly. Don't worry, we won't replicate Google's failure because we don't have a copycat that could become our Baidu. Once the Phantom completely conquered the high ground of the market, the quantum computer at Coral Island would act as the server and the global virtual reality network would be established. By that time, even if virtual reality technology was made public, no one would be able to hinder future technology's control on the market. Just like now, no country could get rid of the internet.